morning. 9:40, all our meeting to order. This is the meeting of the RCAC. We have 5 members participating via Zoom remotely. Looks like then we pretty much have a full complement. Our membership is used to with it. I think our applicants are all eager to have all of us understand their application and who they are and have a chance to meet them. We have 22 interviews scheduled for this week, which is a lot. We have a lot of very talented and interesting people that we all wanted to meet. That might be particularly, I compared it to our last application, we have 15 applicants that we interviewed. This rotation, you will notice that we have 3 at-large positions, and I think that draws from the 4 candidates across the whole state. So, not surprisingly, we have some great people that we're very happy to meet this week. 5 applicants today, 6 tomorrow, 5 the next day, and 6 the next day. So we will have a busy week to be sure. I perhaps should begin by saying I'm Bart Farrell, and the co-chair or the vice chair of this committee, Greg Clausen, who does a terrific job, and I very much wish he was here. Let me know yesterday that he has COVID, and he's participating, I think, via Zoom, but he's not coming up, and I feel very bad about that. So we miss him and wish he was here, and wish him a very speedy recovery. A reminder to all of us that I hope you have checked the applicants' references. They were made available online. Thank you, Randy, for getting the references in order and that was good. The references and information in them is confidential, but it is for us as members of the RCAC to benefit from and to discuss with each other, if that makes sense, but it's not public information. All of our meetings are open to the public and will stream to LCC on the YouTube page, so you can watch us. And therefore, if you miss any interviews, you can stream them and or listen to them, which if you intend to participate through the entire week and vote on Friday, we really encourage and insist that you do. You need to be informed of those. And a reminder that to turn the microphones on and off when you're speaking, and they are quite sensitive, so if you leave it on you're sharing with the group. Our first candidate this morning is Robert Albright, and he's scheduled for 9 o'clock. And a reminder of the interview process. We will we'll go and greet him and bring him into the group and introduce him around the circle to our committee. And then he will be asked, as all candidates, to give a 5-minute introduction and tell us about himself, whatever he'd like to share. And then it will be open to all of us to ask him questions. And he will be offered then at the end of this interview a 5-minute or 3-minute opportunity to make any closing remarks and clarify if you want to. Oh, yes. Oh, in your folder, reminder, Sally. For those of us, if you're unsure what you wanted to ask, or there's a list of potential questions. So you can, some questions you might have are very specific to the candidate because of their experience and that you want to ask them. And then some questions that all candidates might have to answer. So if you're wondering what to ask a candidate, there are some suggestions. The chairman of the committee generally is offered the first question to the candidate. And I'm going to tell you that I'm going to ask the first question on the list because I think it's a good one. So any other questions that you're thinking about wanting to ask, just and be ready for. This is a great opportunity for us to get to know as we are determining what we consider in our collective judgment both best candidates to advance to the legislature for their vote and election to the regions. So We had a great opportunity when Regent Chairman Jamie Aaron even spoke to us and reminded us of the region criteria and what we would be looking for in the best region. And it's, you know, it's all the things that we know that are a bit subjective. It's critical thinking, it's collaboration, it's leadership. And those are qualities that these candidates have demonstrated in their personal community involvement, in their professional work. And those are things that we want to better understand about them. So that's our job today. And only 5 candidates, we have 6 tomorrow. So it's a nice start to the whole hearing. I know I see a lot of familiar faces, but I know that just before our committee started, we were fully staffed with appointments of 10 people. All of them, some scientists that we were reappointed, but so it is familiar. Some of you are maybe newer and haven't done it properly. Are familiar with this. And if anybody has any questions, we have a couple minutes that you want to talk about.
Are you going to go around and give the members of the committee a chance to ask questions, or should we ask to recognize, or how do you want to do that?
Oh, did you mind talking, Steve?
As I was asking, I'm sure, are you going to call on people if they want to ask questions, or what?
Yes.
What's the process?
Yep. If you raise your hand or kind of give us a little sign, Sally will keep the list. So as the question's being asked and answered, if you're thinking you'd like to ask the next question, you will be watching around the room and Sally will keep the list and then we'll get to those questions next. So generally there are enough people just kind of giving us the high sign that they would like to be next in the question. So let us know when you get your questions. That. Let's see. But is everybody come talk? Would you like a couple minutes back to grab a hot cup of coffee? Okay. I don't know that he's here, but Robert Albert is up at 9 o'clock, so we will be back in a few. And we'll bring him in. Start at 9. Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
I'm expecting.
You vote.
Well. Less like any regions. Difficult. Starting with lawsuits.
Give us people a couple of
Not suggest that era of low temperature. So it would be extremely hard to budget on it's a lot of one deadline. Just process timeline. It's the other system. Real as that's well, they even have farms well in society. That would be why. Well, the thing is.
Hey, folks, for the RCAC members that are in they're listening remotely, participating, they're not able to hear us. We're able to hear them. We're still having technical issues they're trying to resolve on this one. So if you want to ask a question of the interview candidate, they're going around right now introducing themselves to the different folks out there, but the introductions. But if you want to ask a question of the interview candidate, please email that to Sally, and Sally will ask the question on behalf of you. Thank you. Yes.
Diane, I have a question for responding to attendance. Will they be taking attendance today?
They're planning not to do roll this morning, is my understanding from Sally.
Diane, we can actually hear you now.
Got it. Thank you.
I don't know
So-
what happened.
So members, you can ask your questions directly. Sorry. You don't need to email Sally. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So,
Place operates on majority. So essentially, puts together. That's gonna be almost. And then. Well, pretty much. So the person, right, the person is.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's the same. Well, and then the adoption that are. So by the end of the we had majority, I was there in
Yeah.
1921. And we set up a committee structure. Well, and once we started not really. We're not acting the old.
The other side.
When you start. Say you go by. That like in your most. Please. So they. Have to put it when you operate. Something.
Yeah.
But. First off, just. The remote. Yeah. Which still. Somebody else. In the sentence. Somebody else.
Sally tells me, I know it's not part of the, can I call you back soon? Oh, you're giving me that look, I'm like, I know I promised you 9 o'clock. Oh. Sally tells me our technology is all in order. So our members via Zoom can do us, we can do them. All present and accounted for, so bravo. Mr. Albright is in the hall, and is there greeting him, so I'm going to ask him to come in. Oh,
So here, yes. What year, 21? And then you don't from when you need to those. Maybe tell you about what right. Around like this. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. You called me.
So we were using the AV cable previously.
Yeah, to plug in here.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not working anymore.
Yeah,
Right.
it doesn't connect to the cameras.
Yeah, can we put your laptop in the closet? Sure. That will work. This is just in the process. Finish up for the second.
So we probably still live. You people are still going.
We do like a 3 minute one because we're. Are they still reworking this room?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's pretty much finished except for we can just swap out the PC. That
I
we
see.
use for that. Because this is a Senate room, the House is taking over.
Members are working on it looks like a technical issue still within the room. They're going to be starting the testifier shortly, but they're doing a little tech thing first. It's going to take about 3 minutes, folks. Thanks.
It's kind of an axiom with technology.
I'm retired now, but that's part time. That was
Oh, really?
way back when it was.
And did you have the presentations where you were all set to make your pitch and then didn't happen? Right, right, right. Please work. Yeah.
Hey Dan, can you hear us?
Sorry. Yes, I can.
Are we good? We're good.
Excellent.
I just had to distract you.
Right. Pay no attention to
Pay
the
no
man over
attention
here.
to what's going on. Starting off.
Great, thank you.
Are you guys able to see the members? It looks like they are. Okay, great. So members participating remotely, you'll be able to participate as you normally would do with a remote, participating remote in the Zoom. Thank you.
Morning, Bob. Thank you, Sally. I have to remember to turn the button on. Thank you for joining us this very chilly morning here in St. Paul. Our membership, we have a full slate of our members, including 4 members whose names I have a list of them here, are participating via Zoom. So we may get some questions from technology, and that was part of what we were making sure works. So Greg Clausen and Brenda Hilbrich, Lucas Solstrom, Senator Mohammed, and Connie Bernardi are all participating via Zoom. So
Okay.
we may hear questions from them as well. And just if you've looked up anything about our committee, you know that I am the vice chair. Our chairman, Greg Clausen, who has been a wonderful asset to the committee, has COVID. So he's participating remotely. And for all of us who think COVID's in our rearview mirror, we still have to be careful because it's still out there. So we wish him a very speedy recovery. The format this morning is that we will give you the first maybe 5 minutes to introduce yourself to the group. Thank you. You brought a 1-page summary. We should have all reviewed your application and your references. And now we've got a reminder with your 1-pager, and thank you for that. And so you can tell us a little bit about yourself and what brings you here today. And then we will open the floor for questions. And then the last couple of minutes of our time with you, we'll give back to you to summarize and give us any final comments. So that's what this looks like for the next 45 minutes or so. So thank you, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the committee. I'm happy to be here this morning to kick off 2025, and I appreciate your time and consideration. I'll try to keep these opening remarks brief in order to leave plenty of time for your questions. But before getting to the questions, I want to provide a bit of background information regarding how I got here today and why I'm interested in becoming a regent. Education has always been highly valued in my family. It's provided opportunity and fulfillment for me throughout my life, and I've long considered it a great equalizer. If not a silver bullet, education and the ability to learn is perhaps the best solution we have for addressing many of the challenges society faces, and it cannot be taken from you. Education also provides economic opportunity, and new knowledge is an economic engine for the state, nation, and the world. It was with this worldview that we started our family foundation about 20 years ago, after my career pursuits had become relatively successful financially. And rather than immediately setting the focus for our work, we spent 2 or 3 years exploring possible sectors where a smaller family foundation could have impact and perhaps prove concepts that could then be scaled with other sources of funding. While we've invested in support of veterans, the environment, arts, housing, social fabric, and faith-based organizations, we continually came back to education as the area with the greatest potential. Perhaps a function of life events, we initially focused on early childhood education when our children were very young. As has been documented by Art Rolnick in the Minneapolis Fed, among others, societal returns on high-quality early childhood education are exceptional. 18% inflation adjusted is the number often quoted. This led us to focus on a few high-quality and potentially scalable investments of money and time that could get the poorest children ready for K as a prerequisite for future success in life. While high-quality pre-K is a necessary condition for successful life outcomes, we quickly learned it is not sufficient. Specifically, education is a pipeline with potential leaks over a roughly 20-year time span. Successful investments of money, time, and family commitment can be lost if subsequent portions of the pipeline are leaky. Consequently, we next started to look at perhaps an even more complex system, though one at the heart of the potential building pipeline, that's K-12 education. By leveraging relationships from Social Venture Partners Minnesota and the Minneapolis Foundation, I was able to co-found an education harbor master for the cities, originally known as the Education Transformation Initiative, and subsequently Minnesota Comeback, and now Great Minnesota Schools, to align funders behind the best and highest leverage investments in schools, communities, talent, and policies that address and with time may eliminate Minnesota's persistent educational achievement gap. This engagement has led me to leadership roles in GMS and provided a platform to leverage across the education ecosystem, always with better outcomes for kids as the ultimate measure of success. Educated, skilled people are our return on investment. While much work remains to be done to meet our student achievement goals, my family also recognizes that 12th grade is not the end of the pipeline. Matriculation in and persistence through post-secondary learning is the final critical component of developing citizens engaged in their work, communities, governments, and families. This has led us to invest in a number of organizations providing funding and support to under-resourced students pursuing both 4-year and 2-year technical training with a sharp focus on persistence through graduation, including our most recent project creating and funding the Bright Futures Fund through Big Brothers Big Sisters of the Twin Cities. In conclusion, this has been a journey of nearly 20 years for me as a constant advocate for and supporter of excellent education for young people, particularly those from under-resourced communities. From my nieces and nephews to my own children, to the thousands of other students across the state and nation whom we have been able to impact, from pre-K through post-secondary, my personal commitment has long been to transparency, accountability, and to organizing a system that provides the best possible outcome for the kids, students, and knowledge creators it serves. Being a regent at the University of Minnesota is a logical next and perhaps final step in that journey. University of Minnesota is a powerful platform from which I can continue to honor that commitment and hopefully so doing, help to deliver outsized returns to the students, scholars, and the state. With that as background, I again thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm honored to be considered as a regent candidate, and I look forward to your questions. And I have just one request or question before I turn the floor back to you. I checked the box on the application for CD5 only. I don't know if I can also now check the box to be considered also as an at-large candidate if that becomes appropriate as the process unfolds. So
You
with that,
can, and-
thank you.
And you can, and thank you for the clarification, and that will be considered, so.
Okay.
That is a confusion that other candidates in past years have had as well, so I'm not surprised that you would say that. So we generally err on the side of including people in more choices than not, but.
Great, thank
there
you.
go. You bet, thank you. And thank you for your well-prepared and considered remarks and your commitment to education in Minnesota. Your foundation is wonderful. Bravo. So you've maybe even seen, we have some suggested interview questions, and the one at the top is the one that I'm going to ask everybody, which is expound on your application about the significant challenges and threats to the University of Minnesota, a land-grant institution, in the next 5 years or 10 years, and what would your knowledge or experience do to help address those concerns?
Well, good question. I think, I think that finances and operating the institution efficiently. I think financial pressure is going to be an ongoing issue, and is probably then the all the other competing issues like attracting and retaining talent, a declining college age population, real estate and sustainability. Those sort of go hand in hand. And then, I think there are probably a couple of more, I don't know if I would call them maybe political or perhaps a reduced, well, what should I say? Respect for evidence-based policies, and or prescriptions. And I think this is going to be, this is one more in the academic realm. I think kind of AI and what that's going to mean for academia and what it means to be an educated person, right? How to use it without saying, okay, AI, do my homework, write my essay, et cetera. I think my background and skills are certainly financial related affairs. I mean, that's been my career. We manage money for and have for both at Cargill and then for our investors over that's now 30-year period. That's across, so both financial and financing. A lot of what we do is debt related. So trading, investing, lending, negotiating contracts, I think could be useful. I mean, the whole hospital and its extraction from Fairview and or is an ongoing process. I have considerable background in real estate, owning it, financing it. And, I think risk management, which is a key role for the regents to play, I believe. So I would say, I don't necessarily, I wouldn't call myself, I have an engineering background. I don't know that I would call myself a sustainability expert, but I certainly have interest and capacity to contribute in that area as well. So.
Thank you. Committee members? Steve?
Anyone who's been in a governance role for many years has had likely some successes and failures. Could you share with us an example of something recently where you might have taken a different course of action in hindsight?
Yes. I mentioned in my opening remarks, Great Minnesota Schools, which has been from the founding, which I was involved in, and I've been, that's been my primary vehicle to engage with the K-12 education system. And I would say that I won't take all the credit for the mistake, but maybe, some of the credit. After sort of mapping the K-12 system and bringing the funders together to focus on areas where we could have the most impact, we were, and I was interested in trying to grow schools quickly, high quality schools. The notion was if you have one high quality school, let's grow it to 5 if one's good, 5 is better. And I think in hindsight, I know in hindsight, we found in the late teens that many of those schools they didn't have the infrastructure, they didn't have they weren't great to begin with, and they just didn't have the infrastructure to grow. And we probably pushed them and funded them to grow. And it likely not only did they not grow very well, but it probably diminished the quality of the existing school. And so there was some reset that had to happen there. So that's definitely one that comes to mind as in this journey that I mentioned as a well-intentioned and with reasonable data, a plan that, with the benefit of hindsight, was a bit aggressive. Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Barrick?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see in your application, you had mentioned something that I feel is very important, and that is, asking challenging questions and looking at the process and asking, those critical questions of how you got there, why you would do that. So can you tell us how, as a regent, you would use that and why that would be important as a regent to ask those challenging questions?
Well, I mean, I guess I think it's the regent's job to the regent's, like the board, to set strategy effectively, to set a direction, and to then set this is not all in a bubble, but in consultation with the administration, and to set metrics and standards that you're attempting to achieve. And the only way, I found, particularly in a lot of nonprofit spaces, that outcomes, results are often not as emphasized as inputs, perhaps, and/or nice stories. And in order to focus on results and outcomes, I think you have to keep pressing the questions, the hard questions. Where are we, and actually have a map to say, where are we succeeding, where are we failing, where do we need to rethink, reprioritize, and I mean, I would suggest that's a primary role of the regents as it relates to the success of the institution and the activity of the president and the administration, for sure.
Thank you. Quentin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rob, for being here and for your interest in becoming a regent. My question is around future growth for the University of Minnesota. And so in your opinion, where do you see that future growth coming from, and what excites you about the University of Minnesota and where you see it's heading?
Right. Well, it's an interesting question in the context of a potentially declining college-age population. That said, to me, that also represents an opportunity to have an even higher percentage of college-age students get post-secondary education. I think, certainly, and, I mean, it's not, it's quite clear looking at, this is the magazine from the College of Science and Engineering and the Minnesota Alumni Magazine, that health and healthcare and medical technology is clearly a focus of the new president, who is a physician. And that goes to the teaching hospital and the Rochester campus. And I think, that's certainly a competitive advantage that Minnesota has. And it would, I wouldn't say be foolish, but it would be, it would make complete sense to
continue to expand, healthcare, medical technology and technology transfer to, licensing to businesses, or startup businesses. Obviously, also as just a tremendous benefit to the state, right? I mean, better health throughout the state we want that. So I think, healthcare is health education, expanding health is certainly a focus area. Yeah, I mean, look, I just think the institution itself, the more skilled, educated undergrads and, all the professional schools, right? I mean, that populate our businesses, that provide leaders for our businesses and government. I mean, I just think continuing to keep the university strong and growing the number of, I mean, that is one of the scorecard measures, but growing the number of graduates, and then, graduates from the law school, the business school. I mean, those are goals that should be part of the Regent's objectives, right? And as I said in my opening remarks, I mean, I believe that education is powerful, and the more of those highly educated, skilled people you can put out there, the better our state is and communities are served.
Thank you. Richard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Albright, for being here today. Couple of comments, questions. First of all, thank you for your foundation work. Appreciate that very much. Brings me back to wonder how we can better educate people, and that by doing your work in the foundation area and grants that I've been involved in, proves only one thing to me, and that is that money doesn't buy better education all the time. And I go back to Senator Rarick's comment that a question, and you said the outcomes have really not been measured the way they probably should be, and that would be a very keen observation for someone, and I appreciate that statement very much. So thank you for that. When I go back and I look at some of the issues that as an engineer, that 40 years ago, University of Minnesota was in the top 5 engineering schools in the world. Today, you can't find it on US News. Top 30 doesn't exist. So we've got some issues there. Leads me back now to finally my one question that is the only one you have to answer for me.
Good to know.
Is the hospital distraction with your financial background and your alternative strategy advisors, and the fact that you've been involved in finance, fixing things before, you are being handed an operation at the University of Minnesota that has a healthcare facility that's running a deficit a little bit north of 300 million annually. What are you going to do with that? How do you fix it? That's my question. Thank you.
A softball, huh? Well, I do believe that the teaching hospital and the healthcare, I mean, that is it's a core part of the university, and the university should retain it. And now how you eliminate, look, I mean, now you're getting into, as if education weren't complicated enough. Now we're going to throw healthcare on it as right, probably the two most complicated sectors of the economy. I mean, look, at this point, the best I can answer is, you just have to take it apart, look at the balance sheet, look at the income statement, look at the revenue streams, look at, how it
functions. I mean, I guess I would describe myself sort of as a generalist there, right, with some specific skills, right? And it's, okay, I'm gonna look at this entity and let's start going through it and figure out where, you know, the opportunities for more efficiencies are. Now, I guess there's a possibility that the conclusion comes back, we can't make this thing profitable. And I suppose that makes for a much harder discussion still. And, you know, I guess that's perhaps a legislature question as well, right? Which that deficit has to be funded. And, you know, that would have to be a decision that, you know, is that funding something that meets the priorities of state? I mean, like I said, I think that delivery of healthcare is that's a valuable thing and a valuable asset. Education, healthcare education is valuable. And, you know, I guess all I can tell you is I would apply, you know, I'd apply my skills, knowledge, understanding, and see where better efficiency, you know, optimization could be achieved. But I don't know that there's a silver bullet, so I can't tell you I would wave my wand necessarily. But so I'd say it's a valuable asset, and it needs some real work.
Thank you. Cal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to, I know we've been talking a lot about a lot of nuts and bolts stuff right now. I think we switch gears a little bit. You describe, I guess, your thoughts on the concept of academic freedom, what it means to you, how you would go about negotiating it as a regent.
Yes. I probably am, I shouldn't, it's risky to use the word extreme, but I'm a pretty staunch believer in free speech, and especially a university and academia as kind of the marketplace for ideas. And that would include, in my mind, you know, free speech, perhaps that is contrary to established orthodoxy. I think so. To me, academic freedom means the ability to put forward ideas as sometimes as maybe reprehensible as they may be, and the argument and my belief is the best argument for a bad argument is a good argument with facts, and you know, a stronger argument. I would clarify a little, I think, particularly for faculty, and this would be a discussion, I think, with the administration, but I think academic freedom is a little grayer there, in that, you know, I think certainly faculty should, maybe the line should be drawn when they are making claims or arguments that are demonstrably not supported by data or facts.
And I guess the other comment I would make in terms of academic freedom and or freedom of speech and ideas is that, you know, that would end where there was any potential damage to property and or certainly any physical risks to safety. But otherwise, you know, it's the proverbial, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But I guess my personal view is that universities are academic environments are it's particularly critical that free speech is broadly protected and encouraged.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Albright, for being a Regent candidate. With all of your experience and lessons in dealing with financial markets, how could your experience there and all the forces at work carry over to the challenges facing higher education? And how do you see an overlap, or do you see lessons that you can take with you to apply when dealing with all the forces that we're dealing with?
Probably. You know, as I mentioned in some of my essays, responses. I mean, I guess I often play a role as an investor, and that's trying to find and dig into opportunities for outsized returns. And so, you know, to me, it would represent a great challenge to dive into the university's budget, and because I think, and we all know that the costs of higher education have outpaced inflation pretty dramatically over the last few decades. And I think looking for opportunities to find, well, outsized returns, i.e. More efficient spending, more effective spending, is, you know, and that leads right into the Regent's job in the budgeting process, right? Which is a critical, I mean, that all goes to their role of setting priorities and then, you know, funding them accordingly, right? And looking at looking at where you can get the most highest impact is, I mean, that's kind of what I do for a day job. So I would like to think that, yeah, I could be helpful in that endeavor.
I'm going to jump in with a quick question. Another question that I do, governing experience and enough, not too much, time commitment. People have impressions of what the Board of Regents' responsibility is, and it's tough to predict and anticipate. I think if you asked our current regents, did they know our president would resign and they would have to find a search for an interim president and they would have to launch a national search for a new one, in addition to their other responsibilities. So this is a Board of Regent responsibility that can expand and contract in unpredictable ways and time. So speak to time commitment. You're not retired. You're very busy. You contribute to our community in many ways. how does that work for you?
Question. And maybe you should ask my wife too, but, so, as you pointed out, I'm not retired. I have a full-time job. You know, the stated commitment is 20 to 40 hours a month. I would fully expect that that's pretty volatile, right? There may be sometimes where it's less than 20 and sometimes where it's more than 40. And you know, that's a commitment that I'm planning and prepared to make. The only comment I would make in that regards, I do think I'm likely to have more time as my term progresses. I mean, without going into, my youngest son is in 7th grade. I'll be 58 in April. I'm sort of at the stage where I'm beginning to think about transitioning to the next stage. You know, so I guess I can see that the first couple of years here will be pretty intense as my getting up to speed and putting in the necessary time. And then I feel like it will be, I'll have more time as the term progresses. So that's my honest assessment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Quentin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your application, Mr. Albright, it says you've been advised you could never be a politician because you are far too honest. And so my question is, how would you go about interfacing with politicians in our legislature, especially if you're feeling like they are not being genuine or honest with you?
You don't get to put the smiley face after that, right? But that was, that's my wife basically who makes that comment pretty regularly. Whenever I start to, because education is full of politics and politicians, right? And so that was a little bit tongue in cheek, but I guess more broadly, look, I think and whether it's within a governing board or dealing with the legislature, I mean, you know, honesty and candor, a genuine interest in the truth that's a pretty good foundation on which to build relationships for successful outcomes. And so, I mean, I'm not naive that politicians have constituencies, and I guess we all have constituencies. But yeah, I mean, I guess it's a statement about me personally that I'm pretty direct, honest, candid. And I, you know, that's why my wife said that sometimes I tell her things that maybe she doesn't necessarily want to hear, but they're true, right? And facts are stubborn things sometimes. So, you know, do I think that, I mean, you have to listen, you have to be prepared to understand where other people are coming from. But would I say, yeah, do I have difficulty dealing with people who are dishonest, not truthful? Yeah, I mean, you know, in our business dealings, and certainly when we're in the creditor role, you know, having lenders who are not honest, I would rather have bad news that's the truth than good news that's a lie, right? Is a problem, yeah. And I you have to deal with it, but it's now I will presume, I start with the presumption that people are going to deal honestly and fairly. And, you know, President Reagan's famous quote was trust but verify. And so I would say that's probably the way I would start and see where that leads.
Okay, Kenny, we'll have our last question before we give the floor back to you. Thank you, Kenny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to be a little imaginative for a second. So let's say you are voted into being a regent and you serve your term. Looking back on that term, what would you have been most proud of what you accomplished during that term?
Well, I mean, as I said, to me, it comes down to the, you know, what is the regent's job? And it's in my understanding is it's to set direction, and put some parameters and metrics on, you know, what are we achieving the direction, and have we put people in roles of responsibility to achieve those goals. And so, you know, I think, you know, the current progress card, and I mean, is a good concept and a good notion. So, you know, this is the way I look at our, you know, our education work is, are we, so in K-12, are we, for instance, is our population, our portfolio of schools, or the students meaningfully outperforming in academic standards, proficiency and the like, comparable demographic? And so I guess I would walk away if, you know, and I know this term will be a strategic plan setting term again for the regents. And I guess 6 years later, you know, I would measure my and our success by how did we do? You know, how much of the goals and objectives did we achieve? Were we able to maybe make changes along the way to address shortcomings? But, you know, I guess, you know, it's, I mean, hopefully not to a fault, but I'm probably more of a numbers guy than I would generally get presentations, and more numbers, less words is kind of, and so to the extent that, you know, we're able to achieve the objectives that we set, that to me is success.
Thank you. And that's drawing to the.
We at time?
Just darn near, but we
Okay.
still have time for you, please. To any closing remarks, things that you'd, you know, based on some of the questions you heard, or things you'd like to expound on, or let us know about. We appreciate your time, and please tell us a little bit more. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't have anything of great length, but I again thank you all for your hard work and dedication to the university. The university's been very good to me in offering me the opportunity to advance my learning and skill development in a rigorous but flexible manner over much of my adult life, specifically my master's thesis, which was a rolling project for several years. I would say, on a personal note, I remain forever grateful to my math thesis advisor, Fidel Santosa, for his encouragement and constant support over a number of years as I worked through the dissertation and defense process. More broadly, I think the university can be and is a powerful engine that creates opportunity for so many Minnesotans in untold ways. Unemployment commerce, the arts, healthcare, the law, better public policy, engineering and scientific discovery, just to name a few. As I mentioned earlier, it also serves as the largest and most prominent final leg of the education pipeline, as well as being the most powerful source of graduate education and new knowledge creation in the state. So for all these reasons, I think your work in selecting a group of Regent candidates with a diverse group of skills across legal, finance, risk management, environmental governance, real estate, et cetera, that can steer the university to new heights is so critical. And I wish you all well in that important work. I'm honored to be considered as a Regent candidate and hope that my skills and background could be useful in furthering the advancement of this great institution. Thank you again, and good luck as you continue your work this week.
Thank you. All right. Committee, our next interview is 10 o'clock, so we have a few minutes to try to regroup, take your notes.
Thank
Wish
you
our
so much.
Candidate well.
Appreciate you all.
Terrific. Welcome. Welcome, Benji. Thank you for joining us. A reminder of our format. Today, we will ask you, we'll give you the first 5 minutes to introduce yourself, tell us a little bit more. We appreciate your application, all the detail there, and then the application, your handout today is all informative. Then after you've made your opening remarks, our committee members will be open to asking you questions, and we'll do that for about 40 minutes. And then the last few minutes, we'll go back to you for any closing remarks you have. So thank you very much and welcome. And by way of explanation, I am the vice chair of the committee. Our chairman, Greg Clausen, we miss him, is at home with COVID. So we wish him a very speedy recovery, but he is at home taking good care of his health. So I think he's online listening to us. I hope he is. We have as many as 4 other members online. So we might get a Zoom in question. You're kind. There's 24 of us when we're all here. So Lucas was online a little bit earlier and now he's here. So people are participating for sure. And you know that our interviews are recorded, so people will have the chance to listen to them again and if we need to. So which is great. It's my privilege to ask the first question, and I will do that after your opening remarks. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Barb and Edward, thank you so much for the warm welcome in the hall, and committee. Thank you for your time this morning and your commitment this week to meeting with all of the candidates. Thank you for this opportunity to present with you today. My name is Benji Kaplan, and I've spent the past decade serving the University of Minnesota community as the Executive Director of Minnesota Hillel. In this role, I have worked to create spaces where students feel supported, connected, and inspired to take on active roles in their community outside of the classroom. Managing a $1.3 million annual budget and leading a 24-member governing board, I have gained hands-on experience in budgeting, strategy, fundraising, governance, and leadership development. During my time on campus, I have also built strong relationships with the university, including the Office of Equity and Diversity, UMPD, the Interfaith Campus Coalition, and past university presidents Udolph, Kaler, Gable, and Ettinger. Now, no longer serving the university community as a professional, I look to continue my work with the university and use my professional skills as a regent. If granted this opportunity, in addition to serving in an advisory and oversight role, I would like to focus on 3 key areas. Student success, supporting students academically, socially, and personally by prioritizing affordability, mental health resources, and campus safety. Stability and innovation, ensuring financial sustainability, long-term planning, and innovative solutions to meeting today's challenges and preparing for the future. And building community, fostering inclusion and collaboration to create an environment where everyone feels valued and supported. Having spent the last decade on campus and the last year advising campus communities across North America, some additional areas I feel I can contribute to the regions include safety. Having spent hundreds of hours doing security assessments, writing federal security grants, and building partnerships with law enforcement, I bring firsthand experience on the latest tools and tactics for protecting students. Diversity and inclusion. Having launched several award-winning programs fostering dialogue and understanding across differences, I bring experience in moving communities from confrontation to conversation and promoting a culture of respect. And finally, but possibly most importantly, wellness. Since 2020, addressing rising mental health challenges has been a high priority for both Hillel and the university. Through expanded counseling, reduced financial stresses, stronger support systems, I believe we can be doing so much more to ensure Minnesota students have the support they need to learn, play, and grow during this important time in their lives. In closing, I bring 20+ years of leadership experience, a proven record of effective governance, and a commitment to service. I am ready to learn and listen and guide the university in its mission while strengthening the foundation for the future. Thank you for your consideration. It would be an honor to take your questions and to possibly serve as a regent of the University of Minnesota.
Thank you. So First question of the day is please expound on your application response regarding the most significant challenges, opportunities, or threats to the University of Minnesota, a land-grant institution, in the next 5 or 10 years, and your knowledge and experience, how it will help address them.
Thank you for the question. Listen, I think in educational spaces, one of the biggest threats that everybody is talking about is AI and how that will come into play in academic settings. I think for universities especially, as you see more and more students coming in who grow up on AI, similarly to how we are seeing students now who grew up on social media, it presents all sorts of new challenges. I think there will need to be guidance around what policies need to be in place to ensure that students are still continuing to be deeply engaged in their curriculums and not just using these new tools to do things. I always remember the story of people saying, you need to learn how to do math longhand because you're never going to have a calculator in your pocket all the time. Now, we all do. I think the similar thing is going to be said. You need to be able to how to write things. Even though AI will be in the pocket, we need to make sure that we are preparing people for a world where they need to use their knowledge. I think the other piece is continuing to focus on both diversity, but also merit, how those things mesh together in our settings, and making sure that we have a diverse group of people so that the campus community and the time that students spend on our campus is preparing them for the reality of the world around them. We have a very diverse state, and we need to be able to ensure that the things that are happening on our campus are preparing students to go out into that world and be successful.
Steve?
Thank you,
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Benji, anybody who's been in a governance position or executive director has likely experienced many successes and failures over their tenure. Can you explain one case recently where you would have taken a different course of action in a governance decision?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Steve. Over the last year, it came to light within the organization that I worked for that our maternity and paternity leave policy was about 60 years outdated. The tactic of reaching out to all different constituencies and gathering information, finding out the sort of the SWOT analysis of our offerings and figuring out where we could be doing better, came to a conclusion where we changed our policy that was better than it was, but I don't think it quite met the place where we would be at best practice. And I really wish that we had pushed a little bit harder to say, yes, that is good. And yes, people will appreciate that we moved along the spectrum to a better place. But as the executive director of that organization, I had the ability to work with a governance board to say, we can do what's best, not just what's good. And I wish I could go back in time and go for what's best and not just what's good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. One of the things that I like to stress is, someone who's looking to be a regent who is willing to challenge propositions that are coming forward, proposals that are coming forward. You'll be switching your role a little bit, but how do you see yourself doing that, and why is that important for a regent member to ask tough questions and challenge proposals?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Listen, I think with from the executive side, right, asking tough questions, reviewing data, holding leadership accountable. Those were things that helped me be a better professional. And without those things, you're sort of just giving a rubber stamp to say, go do the work, and we're just here to be your sounding board, right? There's that piece which is important, right, to be a sounding board, but the accountability and the goal setting and being able to say, what are we working towards and are we achieving it, to help push the professionals to do better work. I always found that extremely valuable in my work, that I had people pushing me to say, well, is that thing that we're talking about helping move us towards something, or is it just a noise? And so for me, asking those questions, meeting with constituents, both students and faculty and in the government and other places, to get a holistic understanding of how people approach things, and being able to bring that knowledge back to the table and ask questions that are coming from constituencies, is almost as important as bringing my own questions and being able to say, this doesn't make sense to me, can you explain it? So I think there's two pieces there. One is the making sure that it's well explained, but also bringing other constituent voices and their questions to the table to ensure that the university itself and the administration is working towards goals and not just on everyday menial work.
Ed, your question?
Yes. Thank you for taking time to apply and so I met with you outside the bill, everything from faculty, maintenance, food service, and anyone who works to play a role, significant role in the success of students. During your time at the jail, what role do you believe workers at the University of Minnesota play in your success? And if they were here right now, what would you tell them?
That is a fantastic question. The university is an ecosystem. There are so many different pieces of it that need to work in harmony for students to have the experience that they have. Even if they don't necessarily see those things, one of the things I mentioned to you in the hall is the person I spoke to most as an executive of a small nonprofit was my facility manager, right? The programs and the educational stuff, we hired people to do those things and we build those trust and they go and they do that work and we check in from time to time to make sure that we're reaching our goals and strategies. On facilities management, for example, the goal is that the buildings are standing and that the roofs aren't caving in and the windows work and the heat works. Those aren't things that you have a measurable outcome per se. But if those things don't happen, all of the other things don't, right? If a building fails and you need to close it, or if food service isn't available and you can't give those resources to students to eat or be healthy on campus, none of the other things matter and they all play together. So for me, I would say to them, thank you, because you seamlessly made my campus experience that much better.
And if you had somebody here right now that really sticks out to you in your studies and your success, what would you tell them?
Are we speaking on the same group of people?
Right. Well,
for me, it was probably those who worked in food service. As someone who came away from home, just a good distance from home, I wasn't going home to be fed by family. Health as a student is difficult when it's just easy to make ramen noodles or have pizza. And the people that were there and knew me by name when I walked into the cafeteria and knew what my health needs were as far as allergies and other things and could help in those spaces, really changed the feel of the college environment for me. And that I knew there was a space that I was warm and welcome and it wasn't just within the classroom setting.
thank you.
Shivanji?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Benji, for coming in today and interviewing with us. My question is, the Board of Regents carries a lot of different responsibilities, the education responsibility, for-profit and nonprofit corporations, an educational system, research and economic development. With all of those in mind, can you please describe the differences in serving in a public governance versus corporate governance?
So I think they come back to very similar things. There's the ability to ask questions, to offer oversight, to review data, and to hold leadership of the organization or the company accountable for goals. So I think they're very similar, except for, as a nonprofit that I came from, it wasn't about profits and bottom line. It was about serving the need and making a balanced budget. And increasing the reach of the organization to serve as many students as possible. I think with when we're talking about Regents, there is that added component of the financial piece is significantly larger, involves endowed gifts and scholarship, has a much wider ranging impact. But as somebody who does not come from with that background, one of the things that I would answer on almost any question that may come my way this morning is there are things that sometimes aren't my expertise, but I have been known as a executive director of a nonprofit to be somebody who is able to find those with the knowledge, to bring them to the table, to do the research and analysis, and come back to the table with that data, right? It's one of the things that my grandfather taught me most, and he was the president of almost every single board of directors in my community, was that you don't need to know everything, but you need to know who knows and who's the best at it and be able to bring them to the conversation. And so as a regent, I think that's one of the things that I bring most is knowing where my limits are in knowledge and my willingness to say, let's take the time and the effort to understand all of those who do have the knowledge and are experts at this topic, and then bring that back to the conversation. Thank you for the question.
Reminder to our committee members from our online participants, turn your mics on and speak up. Thank you. And Mark, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your interest in serving the University of Minnesota, Benji. The university, like a lot of public institutions, we've been facing a lot of challenges. As a regent, how do you take the lessons from your grandfather, and how would you advise the administration to support free speech and peaceful protest while ensuring the safety of other students and the campus setting?
Fantastic question, and definitely one that I've thought a lot about over the last several years. There's a balance to the right of expressing ideas and maintaining an environment conducive to learning. And I think the university has been doing a good job of navigating that, even though I wish it could be done more quickly. The moves have been moving in the right direction. With freedom of speech and academic freedom, I don't believe that there's an absolute. I believe that they must coexist with policies that prevent disruption and the infringement of others' rights to learn, teach, and share their ideas. And as long as those two things coexist in harmony, that you can move forward well. It's when those policies aren't in place to help figure out what is the right harmony that things sort of bubble over.
Richard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Kaplan, for being here today. You mentioned that you were active with your executive training and so forth. And you mentioned that you've used the SWOT analysis oftentimes before. I would have to assume, and if I'm incorrect, please correct me, that you've done a SWOT analysis on the University of Minnesota, and you have some idea what could be wrong, what might be fixed, and then all that whole bunch of other things that needs to be worked on down the road. But what would your top 3 objectives be, having 20 years of executive experience, having done SWOT analysis, and based on your preliminary observation, what do you think that looks like? Thank you.
Great question. So I would start, number one, being a land-grant university, affordability. I think a lot about my own children and the fact that we're still, by the time this term as regent would be finished, I would be thinking with my children about where they want to go to school. And so for me as a regent, one of the things is definitely affordability and thinking about how we continue to find the resources and work with the government and work with foundations and work with other stakeholders to ensure that we are making our university affordable for Minnesota students because of the impact it can make both on our state and the world. The next is I think about the current strategic plan for the regions and the priorities that they have. And I think that those are definitely in line with the things that I would have assessed. I know that there are issues with Fairview hospitals at the moment. I think that the next term of regents will be looking very clearly at figuring out where to go with that. Again, I'm not an expert on that subject, but it's one that I know is an extremely important one to solve, both for the state and for the university and for the health of Minnesotans. And then community engagement is a piece that I think is extremely important. One of the things that I love, both at Hillel and the university, is the homecoming parade. It is probably the largest gathering that we had at Hillel because our building is on the homecoming parade route. And when we started that program, one of the things that we heard from alumni the most that were coming back to it was, it is so nice to stay connected and reconnect and to be connected with the university again. I think there are tremendous opportunities to continue to connect alumni back because I think that is the backbone of the university foundation. And the first priority of making the university affordable for Minnesota students, I think plays heavily on the foundation's ability to raise the dollars to supplement the other funding sources. So community building, finance, and the hospital.
Quentin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Benji, for your interest and for giving your time today. Obviously, we know that there's a number of challenges facing the university, but as you think about future growth for the University of Minnesota, what excites you about being a regent and moving the needle forward for the U?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, by the way. There are a number of things that excite me. But it is having served university communities now for university communities 13 years and serving communities around the country and in Canada, that higher ed coming out of pandemic, I think is going to be making some significant changes around land ownership and virtual learning and some of the things that were sort of brought into the fold during the pandemic. Like, do we need as much space? How do we engage students differently? Does everything need to be in the classroom or can it be remote? What other types of professional learning can we do with executives, no matter where they are, in a remote setting? I think there's a ton of potential where we haven't necessarily taken the time to assess yet what was really good about what came out of that time. We know all the bad things that came out of that time, but what were the good things that came out of that time and how can we capitalize on them to maybe offer new realms of revenue and advancement of education for the university, while also trying to identify where are some things that coming out of pandemic maybe don't necessarily fit with what we're trying to accomplish on our goals anymore, that may need to either be sunset or completed and moved on from. So I think there's the things that really excite me are what are the opportunities that we learned about that we can bring in, and what are some things that maybe are a little beyond their prime that we need to be considering if this is a role that the university continues to play.
Rama?
Thank you. With your 12 plus years of leadership experience and governance, which one of those public service activities and experiences did you find the most challenging, as well as like how did you go about those challenges to continue serving and showing up?
Yeah, great question. And one of the most difficult things that I came into was that the Hillel as an organization here in Minnesota, when I took over in 2014, was $500,000 in debt, thinking about selling their building to the university, not really engaging too many students and thinking about closing up shop. We were given 6 months to figure out how to get out of debt, start engaging students again, and think about how to elongate the facility that was falling apart. And this work took tremendous time to talk to all sorts of different stakeholders, right? Alumni to talk about how the building could be repaired, students about what the programming could look like that would be more engaging, and to alumni and families and foundations about how we can both fund the debt, but also fund the organization going forward. And that was probably a 4-year project of both gathering the data and doing the work to get out of debt, which then concluded with a $7 million capital project to redo the Johnson Family Center on University Avenue. If you have not been into the building, I definitely recommend stopping by and seeing it. It is one of the most magnificent spaces. But now today, 600 to 700 students engage in the programs at Hillel annually. There's a $1.3 million annual budget. There is no debt. The building is brand new and accessible. Not only accessible, but it has rooms for, there are silent rooms for students with learning disabilities that need those types of spaces. It has handicap accessibility. And so some of the things that we're really proud of is not only that we turned the organization around and made it beautiful and engaging, but that we also made it accessible to more students beyond just the idea of being welcoming, but physically as well.
Kenny, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Benji, for being here. So you've brought up a lot of student-centric issues, whether it be affordability, campus safety, mental health. How would you go about engaging with students across campuses to better understand these issues and then use that knowledge to better connect with the broader Board of Regents to find a solution?
Yeah, so I think the first part of the question, Kenny, is a great one in that it is stuff that we've been doing as part of my work on campus already. I think it's just making the time to go, and whether it's one-on-one conversations or town hall meetings to address these questions and just and to offer space where it's low barrier, right? There's not there's no mental health professionals in the room. It is very much an open space to offer any sort of feedback, both positive and negative. Then I think there's a piece of talking with university services and understanding what are the things that are available to students and trying to find where that gap exists, right? Here are the needs, here's what exists, and being able to come back to the Board of Regents table and say, here is where a gap currently exists, and how can we look at the resources that we have to either better invest in what we currently have or find new resources, whether there's foundations or other ways to fund a capacity expansion to ensure that our students are getting what they need to be able to study with their health intact.
Hal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of want to follow up on Mark's question from earlier. This is one that has already come up today. I think it's going to keep coming up with basically everybody else that we talked to. You discussed earlier kind of your thoughts and mindset on free speech, free expression, protests. I'm curious to know how you would go about, and I know you briefly mentioned this as well, but I'm curious if you could expand a little bit more on your thoughts on academic freedom as it relates to faculty to work in the classroom and in research as kind of a related but separate topic.
I think one of the things I touched on was the finding a balance, right? I think first and foremost, we're a university, academic freedom and freedom of speech is at the core of our work, and we should definitely, like, that is something that we need to hold holy. But I think in today's climate where there is a push for so many things under the sun to be considered binary, right? This is right, this is wrong, and the elimination of dialogue and the elimination of gray space and the elimination of conversation and relationship building. I think we need to keep a keen eye out for spaces where rhetoric is being used and not as a teaching tool, but as a divisive tool. It has to be addressed on a one-to-one basis. I don't think there's a holistic approach to this, but I do worry that under many different topics, we are seeing a world that is being more and more divided. And we as a university need to make sure that this isn't coming into our classrooms, but that we are seeking knowledge and understanding and as well to teaching fact.
Ryan? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Kaplan, I saw in your application materials a phrase that I thought was quite striking. It wasn't your language, it was from one of your recommenders, but striking nonetheless. And it said essentially that in the coming out of Minneapolis being the home of anti-Semitism, especially that came to light in the 1940s, in the post-war era, the University of Minnesota became a, quote, engine for upward mobility for the Jewish community in Minnesota. Today, there are a lot of people who could benefit from an engine of upward mobility in the state. And my question is, do you think the university still plays that function, offers that role? Should it do so? And if it's not living up to that potential, what should change?
Great question. And that is, I'm guessing on who said that, but listen, my family came to Minnesota about 100 years ago with a horse and wagon in Northfield, trading rags. The University of Minnesota allowed them to turn that into a scrap metal business that sustained my family for 3 generations, allowed me to be a nonprofit professional. Without the University of Minnesota, that doesn't happen. My siblings get to do the work that they do as well because of what the University of Minnesota did for the upward mobility of my family. I think as a land grant university, that's one of the things that we are here for, right? Is to ensure that students are getting the education they need to make their communities better, to make their lives better, to make the state and the world a better place. And I think that the regions need to keep continuing to look at what are the things that are needed in our world today, and are we offering the education needed to ensure that our students are the ones that are making that difference.
Please.
As the university has pursued excellence and higher rankings and things like the US News and World Report ranking system, it has become less of a collector of the broad range of students represented by, say, public high school graduates in Minnesota than it once was. Is that direction something that should continue, or should the university re-examine its role in serving a broader range of students?
I never think it's bad to re-examine things. I think you should constantly be re-examining things. That's part of the role of a region. I'm not familiar with the statistical data, so I don't know if I can necessarily speak to that topic. But as I said at the start, I think diversity, inclusion of all students, and making sure that it's the university looks like our state is important, because if we're building leaders for our state, they need to be able to have built relationships with people of all walks that they can then continue those relationships in building our communities outside the university.
Oh, Lucas, thank you.
Thank you, Benji, for your answer so far. You've touched on the land grant university, land grant mission of the university several times, and that's what a lot of my neighbors care about, affordability certainly, but also the ability for the university to serve all 87 counties. We've got, of course, a handful of campuses, at least, depending on how you count them. We just wanted to hear your comments on that. Obviously, we talked about financial aspects with the last interviewee, but that trade-off of reaching all 87 counties and all the people of the state and the kind of economic efficiency, how do you see that playing out with the land grant mission?
There's a balance, right? We're not going to be able to be affordable for everyone, but I think we should always be striving to be and seeking. One of the things that, as I was researching for today, like the legislative funding of the university. Part of the thing that I come to when I talked about, Richard, when you asked about my 3 priorities, and I talk about community building, part of that is with the legislature as well, right? I think that there is relationships across the board that allow us to further our resources to be able to be more accessible. So it isn't just necessarily building relationships with students and faculty and the regions themselves to find out what the needs are, but also who are all the stakeholders within our university that need to have relationships built so that they feel confident in putting further resources towards ensuring that every student, the land grant mission, has this opportunity to further their education and have the experience to, promote the $9 billion economic impact that the university has on our state every year.
I have one other, Quentin, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Somewhat of a follow-up question. Benji, in terms of, we've talked about equitable access, right? What do you feel is the role of the University of Minnesota in ensuring equitable outcomes for scholars and students who attend the U? Or does it have a role to ensure that?
So I think the fairness, opportunity, respect of all is extremely important, and thinking about how the university does those 3 things. How does everything that we are doing allow for fairness, opportunity, and respect of all? Above and beyond that, yes, there are communities that are underserved, and we should be thinking about how we continue to put additional resources in those spaces to ensure that everybody is lifted up to that level of fairness, opportunity, and respect. Simple answer.
Cal?
Thanks again, Madam Chair. I feel like this sort of, again, touches on a little bit, follows up a little bit on some of the last couple of questions, but we often, I think, forget that it's easy to forget, at least down here in the cities, that the university is a full system, 5 campuses across the state. proud Morris grad over here. I'm curious to know how much sort of thought and engagement you've got in terms of interacting with the other 4 campuses, Duluth, Crookston, Morris, Rochester, and thinking about how those might fit into your vision for what the University of Minnesota should look like. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's sort of a tangential answer, which is when I was director of Hillel, it was at the time the University of Minnesota Hillel. And it was only serving the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. And there was a moment in that first year based on data gathering that our board of directors decided to change the name of the organization to Minnesota Hillel. Understanding that we were the only organization in the state at the time serving all Jewish students. And whether they lived in Duluth or whether they lived in Rochester, those services were important. And I think the same thing is true as I look at a region. It is entire system, and it's not just trying to focus on the one community that I've been a part of on the Twin Cities campus, but how do I think more broadly about what are the needs in all of these spaces, and how do we hear those voices and make sure that the decisions we are making aren't just Twin Cities based is extremely important.
I have one, I think, final quick question for you, and that has to do with time commitment. Because the Board of Regents' responsibility is a big one, and it is somewhat unpredictable in its time responsibilities. I think our current Board of Regents would tell you they didn't expect the president to resign and to have to do a national search and all of that, in addition to their other responsibilities. So it can be very demanding. I heard you talk about your family and other responsibilities. Have you considered that, and will that work for you?
Fantastic question to finish on. For the last 10 years, as I've said, I've been a part of the University of Minnesota community. As an executive director of a small nonprofit that serves students, there was not much sleep. My work week was about an 80-hour work week. My family was excited when I was home on a Friday evening instead of at work to help students bring in the Sabbath. And when I wasn't traveling for 2 weeks to take students across the world on educational trips. One of the joys of shifting about 6 months ago into a consulting role within the national organization is that I have a little bit more leniency in my schedule. That I get to schedule when I travel to certain campuses. And it really gives me a lot of freedom in my ability to do this type of volunteer work. I also serve on the board of the Shalom Foundation, for those of you that know the Jewish Retirement Home of Minnesota, and have served on several other boards. But I have no fear that this time commitment would bring me anywhere near what I was doing as an executive director. And in speaking with my family, they fully understand that I come from a family of service. And that for me, service is one of the most important things in life. And that if this was an opportunity that came my way to serve my community, that the time would be well spent.
Thank you. And now the floor is yours again to give us your concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you all again for the time. I did not have any prepared closing remarks for today, but being a 4th generation Minnesotan who has been the recipient of decades of family coming through the University of Minnesota system has allowed me to be in a position where I get to work as a volunteer in the community and as a nonprofit professional and somebody whose degree is in communal service. It's not everyone that gets the joy of getting to do that in their work. I have friends who come home from work each day and they, I sold another car or I did something else, and these are great things to be doing. I get to come home every day from work and talk about the impact that I'm making on people and their lives. And it is a true joy for me to be able to do so. And I hope you would give me the opportunity to continue on this journey of exploring what it might look like to continue to make lives of Minnesota students better than they are today. Thank you.
And thank you. All right, we're adjourned. Break and recess for the next 15 minutes.
Congressional District 8. Yeah, that's Congressional District 8. Very large. Are you ready? Right. Thank you. We'll reconvene. Our next candidate, Travis, and it says Bull Johnson. Is that better? Do I say good morning, Bull?
Whatever you're comfortable with, man.
Okay,
I'm locally, I'm known as Bull just because, well, I'm not a small guy, of course.
there you go. Well,
Being,
however,
being
Bull.
in working in livestock, it kind of fits, so.
Okay, well, good. I like that. All right. Good morning, welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
For the next 45 minutes, we will have the opportunity to get to know you better. We've had the opportunity to review your application and your references. And the first 5 minutes of our conversation will be your opportunity to tell us more and get to know you a little better. And then we will ask questions. And then at the end, the last couple minutes, maybe any closing comments you might want to share, we'll give the floor back to you. So if you'd like to begin,
All right,
welcome.
thank you,
And-
Madam Chair. Thank you all for inviting me. I do appreciate the opportunity to come up and speak with you and to meet you and give you all the opportunity to give us the opportunity to get to know each other, so to speak. My name is Travis Bull Johnson. I'm from Polk County, Minnesota, the home of the University of Minnesota Crookston, and I'm a graduate of that university. I'm a 20-year Army veteran where I served as a financial manager. One of my capstone assignments was the Chief of Military Pay, Military Forces Korea, where I oversaw a yearly outflow of nearly $1 billion in pay of entitlements a year. During my time in uniform, I also served in budget for the Joint Forces Headquarters Lisbon as part of a NATO assignment. I have a strong understanding of budget and financial principles as well as audit experience. You might say I'm a numbers guy. While in the military, I completed a bachelor's in human resources from the University of Maryland and a master's of international relations with a concentration in conflict resolution from the American Military University. In 2018, I retired from the military and started a small livestock operation focusing on sustainable agriculture near Crookston, while simultaneously taking classes in animal science from the University of Minnesota Crookston, where I graduated during the COVID crisis. Since then, my farm has been toured and written about multiple times by students completing their capstone projects at the University of Minnesota Crookston. I'm glad I've been able to keep that contact with the university instructors and today's generation of students. One of the subjects that was on my opening statement guidelines is how I have addressed equity and diversity goals in past organizations. I will do this by telling a short story. For about 18 months in Korea, I was honored to be named as a detachment sergeant, the senior enlisted member of a unit of about 50 soldiers, second only to the commander of the unit. My first year or so, it was everything I could have asked for. It was my dream job at the time. Myself and my commander were a tight-knit team that worked well together, and I would come running today if Regina McGee called. After a year, she ended her tour and as commander was replaced. The new commander and I did not get along as well. She was what today would be called a toxic leader and created a hostile environment for many of our soldiers, but especially to our KATUSAs. Our KATUSAs are Korean augmentees to the U.S. Army. They're provided by the host government and they serve side by side with American soldiers. They're actually some of the brightest that Korea has to offer. They all go to the equivalent of Ivy League universities in Korea. I tried to moderate her behavior on multiple occasions, and it soon got to the point where I could see I was not going to make any headway. So I went to my higher chain of command and say, we need to do something about this. My pleas continue to fall on deaf ears. In the Army, when you're part of a leadership team, there's a rule. You challenge up and support down. To the soldiers, we had to look like a team speaking in one voice. After a few months of talking to my leadership, to no avail, I asked to be removed from my position. I could no longer in good conscience support that commander. About a month later, I was reassigned to the position I spoke about earlier, the Chief of Military Pay for Korea. Within months after I left that unit, without me there to moderate her behavior, a formal complaint was finally filed and a formal investigation was initiated. The commander was removed from command and her career ended. Unfortunately, that unit never recovered and later disbanded. While the job of Chief of Military Pay had more responsibility, where I oversaw over 100 soldiers responsible for every soldier in Korea, there was no job I loved or worked harder more than detachment sergeant, and I gave it up because my soldiers and my Katusas were not being treated fairly or justly, and I couldn't get it addressed. I would have preferred being able to address it without leaving, but sometimes you have to work within the limits you are given, even if it's not your first choice. As for my leadership experiences and strengths, I would like to be considered more of a strategic thinker over what would be called a tactical thinker in the military. I tend to focus more on the big picture and how it fits together and figuring out the potential unexpected consequences. It served me well when I served as a diplomat to the Kingdom of Jordan between 2014 to 2017, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. You always had to think about how it would affect the relationship between countries for every decision and statement being made, not only in the country you were in, but the entire Middle East. To a certain extent, I see work as a region having a similar responsibility. As regions, we have to consider how each policy decision will affect multiple stakeholders, and we have to have an understanding of how it will affect the university's mission to recruit students and instructors and to accomplish the mission of a land-grant university while continuing to get the needed support of the people of Minnesota as well as the legislature of Minnesota. As to the roles and responsibilities, our jobs are to govern the University of Minnesota system. It's about setting goals and policies, but it's also about providing a system of checks and balances to the university administration. We're not there to be a rubber stamp, but we need to ask the hard questions to administration requests, especially when it comes to things that will raise the cost of our students who are already burdened with high debt upon leaving university. I was recently struck by an article in the Minnesota Daily, a publication that serves the University of Minnesota community. They pointed out from June 2021 to June 2022, the board voted unanimously almost 3/4 of the time. And in 1/4 of the time that they did not, there was typically only 1 or 2 outliers, but it was generally a very lopsided vote. I feel our Board of Regents should have a little more diversity of thought. We need people on the Board of Regents willing to debate issues and ask questions who are coming from the board with the different experiences, with the understanding we will not always agree on everything. As mentioned extensively at this point, I enjoyed serving in the military for 20 years. It was more of a calling than a job. I enjoy being part of something bigger than myself. I've missed that since I retired and been trying to find the right fit since I got out. The original mission of the university that the university agreed to when they became land-grant university was to educate the working classes in agriculture, military tactics, and the mechanic arts while also providing a liberal arts education. I think I represent the people the university was intended to serve. Yet when I look at the current board, I do not see many there that represent that demographic. The last two-year term was the first time in recent memory that we have not had at least one veteran on the Board of Regents. I would like to fix that. I would consider my term as a regent as a success if we had meaningful, respectful discussions. At the end of my term, I am leaving the University of Minnesota in a stronger position than when I got there, and that all of our campuses were growing and being an integral part of their communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So it is my privilege to ask the first question,
Yes, ma'am.
and I will say, please expound on your application response regarding the most significant challenges, opportunities, or threats that the University of Minnesota, as you say, a land-grant institution, in the next 5 to 10 years, and how would your knowledge or experience help to address them?
Well, I think there's a lot of challenges coming aboard. One of the one I see, and I see it every day being out in greater Minnesota, is the perception of people in greater Minnesota of the University of Minnesota currently. That's a problem. I grew up originally in Louisiana, and I just went home for Thanksgiving, and I had a chance to see a lot of friends, a lot of family. And in Louisiana, no matter where you go in Louisiana, if somebody says their kids are going to LSU, there's pride, their excitement, okay? They're really excited. My kids got into it and they're going to LSU. They're going to that state's land-grant university. They're pumped. We don't have that in greater Minnesota. When somebody says their kids are going to the Twin Cities, to the U, they're likely to get a response of, oh, my condolences. I hope they come back okay. I'm sorry to say it that way, but if you don't get out of the cities very much and get out there, you may not be aware of that. We have our best and our brightest in the agriculture field, not thinking University of Minnesota, they're thinking NDSU, where they can go and have a lot more research opportunities and pay $6,000 a year less as an out-of-state student than they do it coming to the University of Minnesota Crookston. How do we change that? How do we fix that? That is where I see one of our strong challenges. I think we're going to run into other challenges with new NIL situations. And I didn't get a chance to talk about that very much in my paper because we only have so much room. With NIL, you have these funds going straight to the student athletes, but where are these funds coming from? They're coming from a lot of the boosters who would normally support our programs, who would normally be sending that money to our athletic departments. Well, guess what? There's not necessarily enough money to always go around. So if they're paying millions and millions of dollars to students to come play football here, how are we going to make up that shortfall? Okay, we've got a lot of issues we need to get on board. As I mentioned a few minutes ago, I mean, we are not necessarily cost competitive with our universities on either side of the border. I looked up the prices even for University of Wisconsin. They are considerably cheaper than what we're doing. Yet we keep on coming back and asking the students to pay more and more. And students are a lot more aware right now of what that debt means when they leave the university, okay? It matters to them. They're starting to become a lot more educated shopper. So how do we address these issues? I mean, that's one of the things we need to think about. And I'm going to flip back to something I saw yesterday. While I was preparing for this meeting, I went back, so let me look at some of the Board of Regents meetings. So let me educate myself a little bit more. And when I looked at last month's meetings, I'm going through all of the different committees that were being held, and finance pops up. I'm okay, that's me. Okay, I'm a finance guy. That's my background. Oh, wait a minute. The University of Crookston is doing a presentation for that. Let me tune into that. And one of the things University of Minnesota Crookston had in their long-term plan and their short-term plan is about 80,000 feet of recreational complexes being built on the campus. One of which was a 65,000 square foot field house, I want to say. University of Minnesota Crookston already has the highest proportion of student athletes to student body in the University of Minnesota system. You get to a point where you have a diminishing return. So exactly, if they ask us to provide the money or the funds for these buildings, what are we getting out of it? How is that affecting our mission? But more like, who's going to have to pay for this? It's going to have to be rolled on to student fees to pay for these buildings. But what is our return on it? And these are the questions that shocked me, because those are the questions that were not being asked by the regents. It wasn't, okay, wait a minute, you only have 650 students on campus right now. Why do we want to add 80,000 square foot of recreational building, plus an indoor and outdoor skating and roller skate rink, when our students aren't coming here for the academics? They're coming here, as you said, for the athletics. That's where your biggest proportion is. Yet 3 years ago, you canceled your 5 years ago, you canceled your football program because you couldn't maintain the facilities. These are the type of questions that as regents, we need to be asking. That's what we need to do if we want to address some of these challenges. And we need to find out, we need to come up with the plans for, hey, if we're putting this much into our athletics with NIL, how are we going to return these funds? How are we going to make our outlying campuses as important as the Twin Cities? I was reading over what some of the priorities for the upcoming session for the regents, for the president. And one of them was to develop a system where basically the value of all the universities combined was greater than the sum of their individual campuses. Well, you're not going to do that unless you start putting a priority on these outlying campuses. If the Twin Cities is the equivalent of your brain, and Rochester and Duluth are your arms, and Morris and Crooks under your legs, you skip leg day every week. Okay, you just don't have the support. So that's how I think we change some of this system, is that we have to start growing our outlying campuses, because that's also what's going to bring greater Minnesota back into the fold of seeing the value of the University of Minnesota system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Johnson, thank you for your service to our country and your willingness to serve the University of Minnesota.
Thank you, sir.
You've kind of touched on some of this already in your opening statement and your subsequent comments. How have you learned to adjust your leadership style between a military environment and your work on boards and such, especially in view of you're going to be involved in a collaborative setting that's a governance board?
Right.
So
I had the benefit, because as you said, you see on my information page, I also served 3 years as a diplomat to the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I was in the military attaché office. And a lot of things that come from while I came from a military background, we would constantly have meetings with all the departments of the embassy to focus on making a plan forward. And this was a group of equals, as I guess you could say, where we all had our input and had to put in and then come up to a consensus with a way forward. I see a lot of what happens with the regions being something similar. But we do need to ask the hard questions. I mean, I've been on a couple boards, civilian boards, as well as my military career. And that's one of the things in fact, I just joined a recent board for a resource center in Thief River Falls. And when I came into this board and I started asking those hard questions, it was almost shock on the people's faces, because it's like, oh, wait a minute, we hadn't been thinking about that. Well, what do you mean you have a service or you want to hire a person, but you haven't determined what income it's going to generate? What do you mean you hadn't really thought about these things in the past? But I've enjoyed that. I mean, I enjoy getting there and talking to people. And you know what? And we see things where we don't always disagree. Oh, don't always agree. I run a Facebook group, Homestead and Politics, that focuses on both of these issues. And we have a lot of people on there who we don't always disagree with. We don't always agree with. But we accept and we appreciate what each other brings to the conversation. That, I think, is the key to operating in a board like this, is you have to appreciate what other people are bringing to the conversation. You have to, their perception may not be the same as yours, but understand that their perception is their reality. This is something that we learned about in the military when we were dealing with sexual harassment, is when you go to somebody who's sexually harassing somebody and you say, this is how this person took this. Well, that's not how I meant it. Well, I realize this is not how you meant it, but that's how they took it. And that was their perception of it. So, and that's their reality. And that's the reality we have to work off of, because they shouldn't have to face these kind of hostile environments. And I think we need to come in with that mentality of understanding different people's views or different perceptions have a lot of value. And I think in the military, you don't necessarily see that as much. It's always just my way or the highway. And I guess I always saw it a little differently because I was never at the top of the food chain. So I was usually the one over there trying to get them to see a different point of view than maybe what their initial plan was. So I'm more used to working in that kind of strange environment rather than being the head honcho who's like, you're going to do it this way because I said so, and I'm the military and I'm the boss. I was very lucky to have a lot of leaders that I worked with who were open to these discussions. And that's why I'd run through a brick wall for most of them now, which one of the things I think is I appreciate it anyway. I don't know if you did as well, but when I sent you my references, I sent 4 references. Not a one of them looks like me. And they were some of my commanders that I would run through a brick wall for. I mean, Regina Lewis, I mentioned her in my opening statement. She's one of my favorite people. And she would be the first one to tell you, I'm a strong Black woman from Georgia. Zeta all the way, okay? And I love that woman. We came in here with very different perceptions. We came in there with very different histories and points of view. But dang it, we ran probably the best unit, I think, in Korea because we worked together and took each other's perceptions, and took each other's experiences to heart. And when we sat down and we had some of those hard conversations, and you know what, they didn't go my way a lot of times. But when we leave that room, as I said in my opening statement, we left as one team, one voice. And we were all on board with whatever we decided to do. I would take that same mentality to the Regents.
Thank you. Steve, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Travis, I'd like to thank you also for your service to our country. Much
you, sir.
appreciated. Travis, as you've alluded to in your discussion and your statements, the university is a very complex organization with many different facets and components. How would you approach the prioritization of the needs and the interests of the different stakeholders of the university?
Can you repeat the last part of this?
Yes, how would you approach prioritizing the needs and the interests of the various parts of the university?
The first thing I look at is mission. What is our mission statement? What is the mission of the university? And I'll take a look at these priorities and say, how does this affect the mission of this does this contribute to the mission of the university? Does this contribute to the prime mission? If it doesn't, well, it would probably go down a little bit on my priority list. And when we start looking at priorities, we start going to say, where is our highest priorities? But at the same time, that doesn't mean that we totally discount them. I mean, we realize these people are important stakeholders. And sometimes we're going to have the conversations with them and say, you know what, I know you don't agree with this, and have that conversation. But this is why we're doing what we're doing. Because this is our main priority, our main mission, and we need to succeed. Otherwise, we don't get to have this conversation again later. But again, you're always going to have but you try to find ways to work with these with different priorities. One way I have found in my experience is when we sit down and we talk to these different stakeholders and find out what their priorities are, we also need to find out why those are their priorities. Because sometimes there's a way we can address their real priorities past the smoke screen of what they're telling you the priorities are. And help them accomplish what they're trying to accomplish, maybe from a different view or different way. Then that doesn't necessarily fit in our competing priorities at the moment. But you got to let them know they're heard at least. That's where I think we run into most of our issues, especially with our diversity issues, is people don't think they're heard. And I'll probably get myself into a little bit of trouble here considering the political nature of what we're doing. But I mean, I've run for public office before. And some of my staunchest supporters are people who did not agree with me politically. Why? Because they had a seat at the table. That, you know what, I don't agree with everything you say or everything you do, but you'll listen to me. I feel like I'm valued with you. And I don't necessarily feel I'll be valued with somebody else who may win this, who may even be a little bit more along my same mentality politically. And that's why I think I've always gotten such broad support from people who would look at me and say, why is this group supporting you? Or why is this? Because they're valued. They're respected.
Thank you. Quentin, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your service and for your time here today and interest in being a Regent. So my question stems around some of the consensus building, right? We talked about that a little bit, and you mentioned the University of Minnesota's Board of Regents kind of, voting record thus far. In your opinion, do you feel like that's a reflection of a lack of diverse thought, or a reflection of them being able to govern as a board to get to that consensus vote, right? And so how do you go about accomplishing that?
I am so glad you asked that question.
Yep, so it's a two-part question. How do you go about accomplishing that, right? That consensus building. And then two, when you are on the other end of that spectrum, right? When that vote is not in your favor, how do you still move forward as a unit in ensuring that those plans, priorities are carried out.
And I am so glad you asked that question because I asked myself the same question. And I reached out to one of the regents who was on the board at that time and said, hey, what was the thought process here? Was this a matter of consensus building? Or was this just a matter of people going along to get along, so to speak? And he expressed to me at that point, it was just a matter, a lot of it was just a matter of going along to get along. People wouldn't ask the hard questions. And when you did, you got a lot of blowback. So as far as how do we address that? I mean, I still think we need to ask those hard questions. We need to vote our conscience. But whatever results come from that vote, you're one team. You're backing whatever won. Okay, it may not have been the way I wanted to. So you don't get back there and work contrary to the board. You don't sit back there and make enemies. You let them know, you know what, I don't agree with this, but you know what? This is a board that this is an agreement we came to as a group, as representatives of the state of Minnesota. We're one team, one fight. I'm gonna back it. I don't necessarily agree with it, but you tell me what you need me to do to make it happen. Does that help answer your question, sir?
It does. Quick follow-up question.
Sir.
What excites you most about the future of the University of Minnesota?
The potential. The potential is one, but what also excites me, and part of the reason that's just driving me, is so many of our communities are based off of these outlying campuses. I'm excited for those communities. If we get these outlying campuses operating to their potential, what is it going to do to those communities? It'll drive those rural communities. So that's part of what helps drive me. What helps excite me is the opportunity to bring that life back to our rural communities, which right now, quite honestly, are suffering. It helps drive that economic train for the entire state. I mean, look, the University of Minnesota system employs 28,000 people. We're the fifth largest employer in the state. I'll look forward to the opportunity when it starts, that economic drive starts going throughout the entire state. So, I mean, I love the University of Minnesota Crookston, okay? I love the University of Minnesota system. I believe in what it was originally founded to do. Doesn't mean I don't think we've lost our way to a certain extent, because as I said, when you start just focusing on the athletic programs or recreational complexes instead of what our core mission is, I think we need to reorient ourselves to the stars, so to speak. But I really love the potential. I love the opportunity to come out here and make a difference and bring our state, our university, to the highest levels of where it should be. I believe in it. I mean, I think you could probably hear the passion in my voice when I speak of these things, okay? I get excited about it.
Right.
I hope that answers your question, sir.
Senator Rarick, next question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I typically ask a question in regards to, are you willing to ask the tough questions and why? I think you've answered that pretty well. I want to follow up on Quentin's question in regards to your concern of unanimous votes a lot. What do you believe would warrant a unanimous vote? And then second, what do you think the purpose or the message should be from a dissenting vote?
Well, I think if in the article, and I invite you, if you haven't already read it, to go back and look for this article with the minutes, but one of the things they'd concentrate on is they had one specific, they could specifically call out one regent who would go against the flow. And 90% of the times he was going against the flow because it would increase the cost to the students. And they really kind of seem to the students seem to kind of appreciate the authors kind of appreciate the fact that, hey, this guy was willing to go out here and fight, because every time the administration wanted something that was going to cost more, this guy was asking for justification. And that's one of those things I think where, yeah, you do need to come across as dissenting, or at least asking the hard questions. You can ask the hard questions and still vote for the proposal. And sometimes I'll ask questions where just to make people think, and that's where I think of why we're doing things. As to what would I say needs to would warrant a unanimous vote. I mean, it's hard to come up with generalities of saying, well, in this case, it's like, and we're gonna vote that everybody should breathe. Well, yeah, everybody's gonna vote for that, okay? I mean, it's kind of one of these obvious ones, but I just don't think don't think 75% of the time with everything the administration asks for is gonna be something that should be an automatic approval without somebody thinking, hey, well, you know what, maybe this is not something I agree with. I mean, we see some things like one of the recent controversial votes with the Regents was the asking of the divesting of investments from in the part of the boycotting of Israel. And that was something that had a lot of back and forth, and it was very heavily pushed by the students. And it was something that was a contentious issue. I would not expect something like that to be unanimous in either way, because I expect people's conscience to have different views on that. And if you are always unanimous on those hard issues, it means you probably don't have very much diversity of thought on your Regents. I mean, we have a habit of, as human beings, of dealing with people or hanging around people who believe as we do. That's one of the reasons we have so many problems with people challenging elections and saying that can't be fair, because dang it, I voted for candidate X. Everybody I know voted for candidate X. What do you mean candidate Y won? Well, dude, because you only hang around with people who think like you do. I guarantee you, you go into the city and everybody you talk to, they voted for candidate Y. Because it's a similar dynamic. And I think sometimes we get into that situation where with the Board of Regents, we may be in the same situation. When I got the questionnaire to apply for this job, it leans so heavily onto what experience you have on the governing boards. Well, people who are on governing boards tend to probably have same type of personality traits. That's what's driving them. But you know what? They're more interested in my experience on boards than they were of what I had to bring to being a regent. That was my feeling from it anyway. It may be true or not. But when you put all of that emphasis on, okay, we only want people here who have all this board experience, you're going to get groupthink. You're going to get people who are used to thinking the same way. Instead of that variety we need on there to bring up different points of view.
Thank you. Next question, Cal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a proud Morris grad, I will say it is quite refreshing to hear somebody talking about the value of the system campuses and to really center those a lot. A question I think follows up sort of at least tangentially on some of the things you said around a lot of differences in opinion and how to negotiate those, but maybe in a little bit of a different context. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on academic freedom, free speech, free expression, all of which, you know, are very big issues, always, and in this current moment. Thank you.
I am kind of an absolutionist when it comes to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of choices. I mean, to me, this country is based on liberty and individual freedoms. And I believe that we do need to have our spaces where people can have the ability to express themselves on how they believe. And I say I'm absolutist, but you always have cravats because there's always got to have some form of respect, I guess you could say. But yeah, I do believe, I mean, we do need to have, I mean, especially students, I mean, this is the time where they get out and they get to actually get out there and they're learning to become an adult. They want to make sure their voices are heard because the world that we're building is the one they're inheriting. So they want to have a say in it. So I very much believe that we need to have that freedom of thought, that freedom of expression. And with the agreement with the thought, well, you know, we're not always going to agree on everything. I mean, I'd like to have a world where we can have different of opinions and actually listen to each other instead of shouting our own opinion at the top of our lungs, saying my way is the only way. I think we might actually learn something.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, ma'am?
Next question, Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your application and your time.
Sir.
And course, for your service to our country. I have a lot of military in my family, though I have to say they're all Navy and Air Force, so I'm sure that's a disappointment to you.
Again, you know what, you need all different types, just like we do on the board.
That's right.
They all have their specialization, and they're all very good at what they do.
I was struck in the prior applicants' papers by a phrase that the university was a engine for social mobility, for upward mobility. And if the University of Minnesota is perceived to be not a good option for students in greater Minnesota, I grew up in the Bemidji area. I know exactly the dynamic of why UND and NDSU are often better choices. They're closer to home. It seems a little less big city, right? And so there's a lot of reasons why people choose to be not at the University of Twin Cities campus. But people have to believe that this institution is there to serve them. And you mentioned the value of raising the profilers or priority of the campuses outside of the Twin Cities. But what else do you think the university needs to do in order to be seen in more of Minnesota as a place for upward social or upward mobility?
It's a great question. I think we need to focus on our mission. I think as far as, because we talked about perception versus reality a little bit earlier. I think the perception of greater Minnesota is that University of Minnesota Twin Cities cares more about diversity issues than they care about educational issues. Because that's what we're always in the news for. That's what you hear about. I mean, that's when if you look at the priority list, I mean, that's one of the big, even the 9 questions y'all told me to come in here and think about addressing. Was any of it on what I would do to increase the learning environment in University of Minnesota? No. What was highlighted was the diversity question. That's what the top of the mind of those 9 questions that y'all wanted, that was very important for y'all to hear. Your question that you wanted me to talk about was my opinion on equity and diversity, rather than what do we need to do to grow the system? What would you do different as a Board of Regent? To me, when I looked at that and said, that's their priority, because that's what they're asking regents. So I think that's where our disconnect is to a certain extent when you talk about greater Minnesota and the Twin Cities. Diversity is important. Okay, it is a priority. It has to be. Because again, that's one thing I'm saying, fighting for the Board of Regents. We need diversity of thought on the Board of Regents. It's equally as important. But at the same time, we need people to look at our board, look at our students and go, you know what, that looks like us. Because we do have those difference of opinions, those difference of history. What made me and my commander so strong is we were totally opposites. We came in, but I mean, that's one of the, and I will say that I was very lucky to be in that unit in Korea. Because that unit, it had unspoken rule. The detachment commander and the detachment sergeant, they didn't look alike. If you had a white male as the commander, you can bet your detachment sergeant was a different race and probably a different sex as well. We tried to check as many boxes. It doesn't mean we hired anybody who wasn't qualified, because everybody who served in these positions were more than qualified. But it was an understanding that the soldiers needed to be able to look at that command team and go, they're just like me. Or this is what I want to become. I can look at these command team and go, I can see myself in that role because that person looks like me or feels like me. We need to address that, but I don't necessarily think it needs to be the top line priority of overcoming the mission of a land grant university. And I think that's what it's going to take to get to greater Minnesota.
We have not a lot of time left, but we have 3 more questions if we could get to them. So, Richard, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your service and being here. Very enlightening conversation. A lot of things have been said that I think you you're not afraid to go out and visit whatever grounds necessary.
Well, that may not necessarily be the best option for a situation like this, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
What
and
you see is what you
I-
get with me.
I want to ask you a little bit about the NIL, because you mentioned that earlier. And the University of Minnesota is currently paying about, well, they're not paying anything. The boosters are paying about 2.5 million. As you may or may not know, the television rights for, for the Big Ten network exceed, they're hundreds of millions of dollars. And you talked about LSU, and you talked about everybody wants to go there. The success of their football program makes them very, I mean, you buy a suite at LSU, you're gonna pay $100,000 just for the privilege per year to attend the game.
Right.
In Minnesota, which I am very fond of, and a former student and a former athlete, although I did have a cousin who played at LSU, but at the University of Minnesota, you don't have a very full house very often. And you talked about the importance. I want to know how you see that concept and that perception, how you change that. And you also just mentioned the DEI, because that is a glaring fact when you look at that it's the number one. And coming from rural Minnesota, people want to know what kind of education their kids are going to get. Now I've got grandkids, one in the Naval Academy, one in Wisconsin, two at the University of Minnesota. So we're all over the board.
Right.
How do you make that perception? So a guy like you, who's been out on a global basis, seen the rest of the world, get the image and the tools available to give us back the quality of education that made us the leaders of the world at one time. And we're no longer there. That's a fact.
Right.
We're not the leaders in the world. How would you do that?
I would do it by breaking up the crown jewels, so to speak. I guess you look at University of Minnesota, when I was doing some of my own research, they brag about being the only university to have these 5 different schools on one campus in the Twin Cities, between the law school, the vet school, and so forth. But you come to a point of, why are they all in Twin Cities? You take your vet school, the veterinary school. Why isn't it in rural Minnesota where a majority of your livestock and your animals are? Where that's something important to those people. We have a huge shortage of veterinarians in Minnesota. Yet we don't even give preference to our own university's pre-vet program for seats in that school. Half those seats, it's one less than half of those seats are filled by out of state or out of country students in our veterinary school. And we don't even give our own students preference to get into there. So I think that's kind of where we start doing that, is we start focusing more of our stuff to our students, our residents, so to speak. You know what? X amount of seats in this school, you're going to get preference points when you apply because you're a resident here. Or you're going to get preference points because you went to our pre-vet program. What is that going to do? That's going to encourage the kids who want to become vets to go, hey, I'm doing pre-vet at UMC because it's going to give me a higher priority to get into vet school rather than NDSU, who may have an agreement with Kansas or Iowa. Okay, that's putting the priorities back on what we have. We have an excellent pre-dental program in Morris. Why isn't one of these schools located in one of these outlying campuses? Man, that would be a huge economic driver for those schools, but then it shows the commitment of the program to greater Minnesota. Okay, this is where I think where a lot of the thought process and understand, I've talked to my previous instructors at UMC. They don't feel that they're the priority. I mean, they figure, well, you know what? I mean, the cities are always going to be the priority. We don't even bother asking for stuff because that's what's going to get taken care of first. If your instructors believe that, what is the general population going to believe? So that's why I said I think we need to make a commitment to our outlying campuses and build the brand that way. You know, yeah, yes, our crown jewel will always be the Twin Cities. But it doesn't mean you can't spread the wealth a little bit more and focus saying, hey, we think you're important too.
Thank
I
you.
hope that answers your question, sir.
Thank you. Two more questions. Kenny, you're next.
My question was on outstate Minnesota perception and it was asked, so.
And then Shivanji, our last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we're pressed on time, so I'll try to make this quick, but a large part of the Board of Regents' responsibility lies with creating and developing short-term and long-term goals.
Mhm.
How do you go about evaluating those goals, ensuring that you're meeting them on time, both long and short-term?
Well, anytime you do goals, you need to make them measurable and you need to make them testable, I guess you could say. And you need to revisit them. I mean, when you set a goal, you say, okay, you know what, you said okay, if 5 years from today, I want to be doing this. Well, now we got to break it down to get there. Where do we need to be in 3 years? Or where do we need to be in 2 years? And to get to where I want to be in 2 years, what do I need to do next year? But then we need to revisit them and say, hey, are we on track for that? And I don't think, and I don't really necessarily think sometimes when we set these goals, we do that. I mean, again, a perfect example was the facilities UMC wanted. Okay, these are your goals, but how are we talking about these goals if you're not saying to do this, we need to increase our on-campus students from 650 to 1,200, and this is what we're going to do that, to support these programs or support these things. We look at it, I think to a certain extent from from the very limited portion I've seen, it's kind of where do we want to be, but it's not necessarily driven by numbers or facts on how do we get there, and is that what we really need to be focused on? But I do think, I mean, you need to measure. I mean, goals need to be measurable and you need to have those steps. And you need to say, hey, at this time, am I meeting that step? And if I'm not, why am I not meeting that step? Was that not a priority? Because if it wasn't a priority to meet that step, is this long goal really where we want to be focusing if it wasn't a priority to make sure we meet these intermediate steps to get there? Does that make any sense?
Thank you. Thank you for your thoughtful answers to all of our questions. The next couple of minutes are yours to summarize and any parting comments you'd like for us.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for taking the time to have me here. It meant a lot for me to be able to get through that first hurdle, I guess you could say. A number of years ago, I thought about it when I was a student at UMC. There was the opening for the students chair as a regent. And I played with the idea and I had done the paperwork to submit it for there, but then I looked around and said, you know what, I don't look like these guys. I don't want to get on this board of regent and take their voice away because they have a different perspective. I felt that regent position on the board for the student needed to be somebody who was a normal student, I guess you could say, compared to the old man in the classroom. I think we've got a lot of things we need to do to work on to get fixed. I mean, some of the things that boggled my mind when I was a student at UMC, again, I was there for animal science. And I expected to be the only old fart in the room. Okay, that I expected. What I didn't expect was to be the only male in the room. And for whatever reason, for animal science at the University of Minnesota, it's 99% female. So I asked myself questions on why. Do we just not have guys who are interested in animals? No, because half the livestock farmers I know are dudes. So what is it? And that's something I think we need to peel the onion back. And when we have programs that are very popular or unpopular with one demographic, we need to ask ourselves why, because we're leaving money on the table. We're leaving seats on the table. Why is that? Those are some of the things I think those are the questions that I think regents need to be able to ask and ask administrators, hey, these numbers aren't adding up. It doesn't make common sense. It's not adding up. Why? And put the administrators on the spot. We're paying these administrators a lot of money. They should be able to answer the hard questions. But we need to ask them the hard questions if we want them to answer them. But I do very much appreciate everybody's inviting me and listening to me today. And while I did make the comment about how I don't think DEI needs to be a priority, I at the same time don't want to leave the impression that I don't think it is a very important issue, because it is. It's about respect. And to me, that's where I see a lot of the issues we have is it's about respect. When somebody asks to be called something, it's just respectful and honor it. It's about respecting your fellow human beings. That's where I think we need to focus, I think, a little bit of that on, as Mitch is just treating each other how we want to be treated and seeing each other for who they are. So thank y'all very much. I appreciate y'all time, and please vote for me. Hey, this is the political side.
Thank you. We are now in recess and lunch will be at noon.
Oh, thank you for having
Our
me.
next interview is 1:00.
Best you guys may have had.
All right. That after lunch, getting everybody back and refocused is our story. So we're back. Good afternoon, candidate Josh Lees. My name is Barb Farrell. I am one of the vice chairs of our committee. Our chairman is out with COVID. So we're hoping him a speedy recovery, and I am assuming the responsibilities for today. So what this will look like for the next 45 minutes is we will invite you to give us 5 minutes of introduction and tell us a little bit more about yourself, in addition to what we know from your application and the references that we've all had the chance to review. And then we will get the chance to ask questions of you. I will ask the first question, and we'll go for about 40 minutes maybe. And then you will get the last few minutes to summarize and tell us how you think everything went and anything else you want to talk to us about. So with that, sir, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry the chairman has COVID. I understand the pain because my sister gave it to me for Christmas. So it's going around, and that's just the reality we live in. Good afternoon, and thank you to the RCAC for giving me this opportunity to interview before the committee in regards to the open at-large position for the University of Minnesota Regents. My name is Joshua Martin Lees, and I love the University of Minnesota. It's a place that's been very important to me for my entire life, not just as a student and as an alum, but as somebody who grew up on a University of Minnesota campus. My father worked for 37 years at the University of Minnesota Duluth as a member of the faculty, a dean, and even as the interim provost. As a result, we spent a lot of time doing things connected to the university, going to events, plays, speakers, receptions, sports, and more. And I grew up having a great life because of the University of Minnesota. I want that great life for every student, faculty member, administrator, and staff that passes through the University of Minnesota. And I'm concerned about that future for the university, not because it hasn't been doing great work, but because the public is starting to lose confidence in the value of higher education. We've absented ourselves too much from the public sphere and tended to presume that if we keep doing great work, it will all be fine. But ask anyone who's worked in admissions for the past decade if that works very well for higher education any longer. To continue to thrive on all of its campuses now and in the future, the university must do more to be present in public life and tell our story loudly and proudly about the transformational power of a university education, of a University of Minnesota education. The staggering impact of university research, the kind of economic impact a campus has in their community, and the vibrancy that it brings to all aspects of life in that community. And I believe the Regents have a role to play in that promotion, but also to push administration to make the value proposition for the University of Minnesota more broadly. I've been fortunate in my life to have the opportunity to work in a number of different public roles, and the experience I've gained as a budget officer, legislative liaison, and fundraiser gives me a breadth of experience working inside and outside of higher education that I think would give me a useful perspective for the Regents. I've overseen budgets in the billions of dollars for the Pentagon and as small as a few thousand on a campaign, and being a good steward of public money is important and would be a priority for me as a Regent. Working as a fundraiser in higher education gives me a different and useful perspective, I think, for the Regents. I've seen the kind of impact university policies have on the widest aspects of a campus, how community and alumni relations impact the success of a university, and how wide-ranging the influence of a university is on its community and on the state. I want nothing but success for the University of Minnesota. I would love the opportunity to put my skills and experience to work on its behalf as Regent, doing what I can to help it be the best version of itself. I decided to keep it short for you.
Thank you. Well said. So first question, I have the privilege of asking the first question, and I would say to you, please expound on your application response regarding the most significant challenges, opportunities, or threats to the University of Minnesota, a land-grant institution, in the next 5 or 10 years, and how would your knowledge or experience help to address these things?
Thank you for the question. And I think I touched on it a little bit in my opening statement, because I really do think that the kind of almost existential question about what the value of a public higher education system is starting to come under question. And, people are more broadly questioning whether or not someone should go to college now than they ever have in my lifetime. And I think that is a threat for the University of Minnesota, particularly as a system. College should be a transformational experience. It was for me. I think it is for the vast majority of the students that go through the University of Minnesota. And it's more than just getting a piece of paper at the end of 4 years. It changes people in ways that they can't even describe until they get out in the world and start applying their education and applying the broader life changes that happened to them while they were a college student. And these are good things for our state. But we're starting to lose track of that. And people are starting to forget that aspect of it and question the value and simply look at it in terms of a dollars and cents proposition as well. And I think that's a danger for the University of Minnesota. I'm concerned about the status of our infrastructure within the University of Minnesota system. We have been underfunded when it comes to both HEAPR and in terms of bonding over the last decade and more. And I think that puts the system at risk. Buildings that are crumbling do not serve students well. They do not serve our faculty well. They do not serve research well. And when we keep underfunding something like HEAPR, which we have drastically underfunded for a very long time, I think that puts us in risk. Instead of being able to invest in our best buildings and keep them at a cutting edge, we're going to have to keep buildings that are really past their useful lifespan just hanging on. And that's not a good use for public money. That's not a good use for our students, our staff, our faculty. So those are the two things that I think are the biggest dangers and immediate threats for the University of Minnesota as a system.
Steve?
Thank you, Chair. Josh, thank you for your interest today. How should the University of Minnesota interact with the MnSCU system and the private universities in Minnesota to create a cohesive set of educational opportunities?
Yeah, I definitely think there's a place for everybody. I currently work for St. Cloud State University. So some people may wonder, it's like, why does he want to be a University of Minnesota Regent? Well, I'm not afraid of a little hustle, and I don't think the University of Minnesota is either. There's room for all of us serving different regions across the state, but also serving in different educational opportunities for people across the state as well. Outside of the Twin Cities campus, none of our universities can be great at anything. At everything. There's just too many things. There's just too many opportunities. And the MnSCU system, Minnesota State, I can't get it out of my head yet, and it's been a long time, but also supplemented by the privates, give opportunities for access and challenges to the University of Minnesota. And I think that's good and positive for the system.
That after lunch moment. Mark, next question, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here with us today, Mr. Lees, and your interest in serving the University of Minnesota. So how is having a background in philanthropy help you potentially as a regent speaking to a legislator about funding, possibly funding medical programs at the university or just the budget or a bond bill, just how will those skills help you in your role as a regent?
Yeah. As a fundraiser for a university, I've been able to see, how you can kind of package those things together a little bit, how you can do public-private partnerships to, enhance and almost force multiply what's possible through, tuition dollars and state aid. But it's also important to be able to remind people that you just can't assume that philanthropic dollars are going to drop in and fill a bucket. as people might hope that they will. When you're putting together a significant project, say it's like the new medical school up in St. Cloud, which is an exciting opportunity, and it serves a real need within central Minnesota. Might there be an opportunity for philanthropic and corporate dollars to move in and help support that kind of opportunity? Absolutely there is. You're seeing that with Centricare right now. But at the same time, you can't make the presumption that you will have those kind of resources until you actually go out and do the research and talk to your donors and see what the opportunities are and make sure that you secure things before you make your decisions so that you're making a decision not based on hope, but on an actual plan. And a similar kind of thing has to happen when you're communicating with the legislature about what the long-term plans are for the University of Minnesota, so that you're laying out for legislators how you're going to get there in different steps and how funding is going to be needed, but also be sourced. The University of Minnesota is a public institution and needs to be supported by the legislature. It needs that, and it's important, but we can't simply rely on it always going to happen exactly as we want it to. And that's one of the ways that philanthropy can step in and fill some of those gaps, bridge areas so that you can get to where you need to go. But relying on it for purely being the core of it puts you in a dangerous position because it's not always as sustainable as people like to believe. You're better off using it as bridge resources, ways to amplify or speed up your process so that you can get to where you need to be rather than counting on it for being the whole and the sole opportunity for it. But having been a fundraiser now for quite a while, it's given me the opportunity to see how universities put together these plans at a high level and see how they communicate them both to the public, to their stakeholders, to the legislature, and to their community.
Thank you. Ed, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Josh, appreciate you going through the process of applying and secondly, coming here today and having a conversation with us. I have a question pertaining more so to the workers at the university and you can mention both. I know you went to Minnesota State. I'm sorry, not Minnesota State, University of Minnesota, St. Cloud, should I say. I'm sorry. Nonetheless, so let's move on.
We're not there yet, but they might try.
Minnesota. So there are 28,000 employees at the University of Minnesota. You have faculty, maintenance, food service, and many other workers play a significant role in the success of students they serve. During your time as a Gopher and a Husky, what role do you believe workers at both universities contributed to your success? And is there one that stuck out to you? What would you, and if so, what would you say to them if they were standing here right now?
Yeah, the entire kind of employee ecosystem of a university is so critical. It's not just a faculty-student relationship that gets people through the finish line, that gets them to their degree. It's everybody. It's their financial aid office. It's their academic advisors. It's their resident advisors. And, everyone across the entire campus is how you get through to the end and have that positive experience that you remember for the rest of your life. Not just, I ground my way through it and somehow got a piece of paper out of the deal. You want people to have that transformational experience where when they're done, they're not really done because they still are tied to the university and still love the university because of the experience they had. And every single person that works on a university campus plays into that. I had great faculty mentors as an undergrad and as a law student. And some of those people I'm still in contact with today as mentors and friends. And they had an enormous impact on me as a person and in my career. But as an undergrad, one of the most impactful people was actually the custodian for my dorm that I lived in for all 4 years. Because she looked after us like, we were her own kids and kept an eye on us and, gave us a kick in the butt when we were being brats and knew when to kind of put an arm around us and go, hey, talk to me, I can help you, and did. And there are people like that at every single campus in this state, and they are caring for our students. And it makes such an impact because, the food service workers, the custodians and the buildings and grounds folks, these are people that might have more daily contact with students than anyone else. So if I had any of those people standing in front of me, I would say, thank you for the good work that you do for the University of Minnesota. And it's not just the job that you do here, it's who you are that makes such an impact for getting students through university, getting through college with a great experience where they feel empowered and excited and enthusiastic about their degree and about their education and want to stay connected to the university. And I hope all of those people also look at the university. I would tell them, I hope you look at the university as someplace that you would send your own family members, and that this would be a place that would be home for you as well.
Thank you.
Richard, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here with us, Mr. Lees. Appreciate you taking the time and the effort and the energy. To Edward's question and the comments on the last dialogue here, I think it's extremely important to recognize our personnel at the university and to mention the infrastructure, crumbling buildings, et cetera, and the lack of capital investment. 2 years ago, our legislature had $17.9 billion worth of surplus that the Board of Regents did not seek. And you, as someone who says that you've raised money on private foundations and private corporations possibly should make contributions, was $17.9 billion that was available to the University of Minnesota. And a former chair, Mr. Ken Howe, who didn't feel it was necessary to go and give the courtesy to the Senate or the House and solicit funds that could be used and utilized. How would you go about procuring that capital from the legislature and the Senate and the powers to be that has lacked in the past? Thank you.
Well, I would hope that we would be able to build a constructive conversation between the administration and the regents on developing a comprehensive strategy for how we're going to engage the legislature and the governor in supporting the University of Minnesota the way we think it needs to be supported in order to achieve all of our goals for the university and for the state. And that requires investment. And I think there's a great case for investment for the university, particularly on the capital side right now. I think we're behind. I think it hasn't always been sexy to make some of these kind of capital investments. HEAPR is the least sexy thing in the world, but fixing the roof is really important. And it creates good jobs right here in the state of Minnesota. So I think there's a really good argument to be made with the legislature and with the governor to get additional investment for the University of Minnesota. I think the regents can have a productive conversation with the administration to develop a comprehensive plan, including the regents as advocates, as supporters, as promoters at the Capitol for the goals and the needs of the University of Minnesota system. And I would love to be part of that and be an advocate in this building for the needs of the University of Minnesota.
Thank you. Senator Rarick, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I've typically been asking a question in regards to asking hard questions and challenging proposals. We've gone down a little different road here, and I want to, it's a follow-up yet again. As we talk about the university is a public institution and the legislature should be helping make investments. We also hear from many at the university that the university existed before the state and the university is autonomous. How would you as a regent help balance that and try to say, that the university though autonomous, is also a public institution. And so how should those, in your opinion, work together? And how would you, knowing that, come to the legislature to balance that little bit of difference that?
Yeah, it's gonna always be a little bit delicate. But I don't really see that much conflict in it because at the end of the day, the legislature shouldn't want to be getting too far down into the weeds with very specific policies at the university. Much like the regents, the legislature should be maybe standing one piece removed in order to just kind of have that oversight type position. But as long as the University of Minnesota is receiving funds from the state of Minnesota, we have a responsibility to speak to the legislature and have that conversation and engage with them as partners for the success of the University of Minnesota. The legislature has a responsibility to be good stewards of public funds, and as does the University of Minnesota. So I don't think they're necessarily in conflict. I think the existence of the University of Minnesota before, kind of the state, before, as an autonomous institution, doesn't necessarily matter that much. I think at the end of the day, people of goodwill and good character, which are present at both the University of Minnesota and within the legislature here in the state of Minnesota, can come to an agreement on the best paths forward for the university and come to reasonable accommodations about what's needed for investment within the university for the benefit of the state. Because investment at the University of Minnesota has incredible returns for the state. I mean, the statistics are pretty undeniable on the great returns that you get by investing public money in higher education, in public higher education. So it's a great investment for the legislature. We can be great partners with the legislature to do great things for the state. And that's how I would try to frame this.
Thank you. Ryan, next question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lees, for being here. To put a little more spin on Senator Rarek's question, based on my observations over years at the legislature, I have found that the University of Minnesota has comparatively little support amongst most legislators. And I think it is perceived to be an elite institution, a little bit separate from the legislature, which I think is a good thing, but elite in the sense that it's pursuing rankings and higher status within the higher education world that we live in, or that we have. I think there are many on the left who see it as an elite institution that is not open to people who are in the metro area and don't have a lot of great public university options. The enrollment statistics are not very favorable when you look at racial breakdowns. I think for more conservative legislators, they see it as not serving rural communities and being heavily focused on metro area and metro area issues. So it has less of a natural home base of support in the legislature today than it used to have. There used to be an assessment or a sense of the university as, to quote somebody else, an engine of upward mobility. But that engine is really helping fewer and fewer people. And it's part of what drives less and less legislative support. And less legislative support then makes the university more reliant on private donors who have their own ideas of what kind of values they want to see their money spent on. So it's not an easy thing to get the legislature to be more supportive. And in your role at St. Cloud State and your experience there, you've alluded to that there are different roles for different institutions, including Minnesota State and privates. But what should the University of Minnesota specifically be doing to be more accessible to more students across the state as a place that they can go to get a first-rate education and to advance up in the world, maybe go to a fine graduate school, maybe launch a career from a place where they weren't necessarily a top high school student, which increasingly you have to be just to get in?
Yeah, that's always going to be a little bit of a challenge for, particularly for the Twin Cities campus. Because as an R1, as a, premier kind of research institution, it has some different needs and some different attractions. But there are opportunities, whether it's through a university college to do some things to try to create more opportunity within the ecosphere that it aligns. But I also think it's very important that we're talking about the University of Minnesota as a system. It's not just the Twin Cities campus. It's UMD, it's Morris, it's Crookston, it's Rochester. And like what those campuses bring to their communities and what they can do to attract students from the metro as well really matters. And there's always going to be some tensions, between how elite the Twin Cities campus goes versus being as much of an access institution as it could be. It's just going to be something that we're always going to have to try to balance and try to work through. I do think that there are opportunities, the university college model can sometimes be a way to create more access for students that are, again, right in its backyard. But again, we're talking about the University of Minnesota as a comprehensive system as well. And opportunity exists on other campuses outside of the Twin Cities. The Twin Cities campus is always going to be incredibly important. It is by far the largest campus within the system. It brings in research dollars and unique opportunities that some of the other campuses just don't have the capacity to do. But it doesn't mean that it still can't provide access within its community, or that the other campuses within its system aren't vitally important to the success of the state and of the University of Minnesota as a system.
Thank you. Next question, Rama, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here with us this afternoon, Josh. I do want to ask about diversity, equity, inclusion and what that means to you and why they're important, as well as if you're able to share any examples of how you've advocated for diversity, equity, inclusion in your prior work, whether that's like volunteering experiences and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a tough question, I think now. Unfortunately, just the label of DEI has become something of a boogeyman, and I don't think it should be. I would argue that we need to maybe get back to some basic principles so that we're maybe a little less afraid of it, because I'm not. Diversity is good. It's the opportunity to learn from, learn with, learn around people who don't look exactly like and sound exactly like and behave exactly like me. And that's good for a university. That's important for a university. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. And we shouldn't be afraid of it. I look at things like equity, and again, why would anybody be afraid of it? I've applied for a lot of jobs in my life, and I've never lost out on a job to somebody who was less qualified and a quote unquote DEI hire. I mean, it's just never happened. And so I'm not afraid of these things. And the University of Minnesota shouldn't be afraid of it either. And it doesn't need to be. Inclusion's important and inclusion matters. Having a campus where people feel welcome, whether our faculty, our students, our staff, all of them feel welcome, included, and that they belong matters, because that creates the best possible environment for learning that keeps great students in school, because they develop that belonging mentality within their campus and know that people care about them and want them to be there. We need that at all of our campuses in the University of Minnesota, and we can have that. And I'll be honest, I think people need to hear that from people who look like me, from people that have my kind of background, that this isn't something to be afraid of, that this doesn't mean that something is going to be taken away from them to create opportunity and equality and equity and inclusion for everybody does not mean that anything is going to be taken away from somebody else. So let's not be afraid of it. Let's get back to basic principles and, move forward and create a diverse, equitable, and inclusive University of Minnesota.
Thank you. Next question, Clinton, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lees, for being here. So can you tell me what does HEAPR stand for?
All right. All right, Senator Rarick, let me try and see if I get it right.
I'm like,
Historic Education Asset Preservation and Replacement.
okay,
I think I got
perfect.
it.
So I was just like, let me just get that out the way. My second question is, obviously we've talked about some of the challenges and we know some of the headwinds that are facing higher education, University of Minnesota. What excites you about the University of Minnesota and areas of growth? And then what excites you about serving as a regent to spur some of that growth moving forward?
I think the University of Minnesota does things that nowhere else in this state happens. I mean, the kind of research and the kind of opportunity and the kind of learning that can happen at the University of Minnesota doesn't necessarily happen anywhere else in the state, maybe not even in this region. And that's one of the things that's the most exciting to me about the possibilities for the future for the university and the opportunity to serve as a regent is it's that possibility. It's the opportunity to support those opportunities and creation and development and things that we haven't even thought of. The solutions to the biggest problems in the world, in our communities, in our region, there are people at the university right now that are thinking about those and trying to come up with solutions to them, and they're going to come up with solutions to them. They might be our students right now. They're going to be the people that are changing the world in 5 years, in 10 years, in 2 years, in 6 months. And if that's not exciting to somebody, I really don't know what is. I mean, this is the joy and the wondrous opportunity that happens at a university when you bring people together that have great minds and, creative thinkers to attack these kinds of problems and find solutions to them that nobody has thought of yet. That's the exciting opportunity for the University of Minnesota. And that's the kind of thing that I want to support as a regent, is creating those possibilities, creating those opportunities, pushing the university to always be looking a little bit forward as to what the next challenges are and how the university can address those. Because it can, it does, it has. We have done amazing things throughout history at the University of Minnesota. It's unbelievable the kinds of people that have come out of the university with a great University of Minnesota education, the kind of research that's been done there, the kind of application that's happened throughout our state and throughout the world. That's unbelievable. And that's the kind of thing that I want to support and why I want to be a regent, because we can keep doing that now, in the future, as far as the eye can see.
Thank you. Next question, Cal, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been circling around a lot of relatively abstract topics, so let's do another one just for funsies. You talk about a little bit about academic freedom, what it means to you, how you think the university should kind of go about it during these somewhat tricky times.
So academic freedom is really important for a university. It's part of the core mission, I think, for how a university is going to be able to continue to develop education, develop research, and move things forward. You have to have a certain amount of standards in place, and I think the University of Minnesota does, for how you develop academic theories and move things forward, because this is a public institution. We operate in the public sphere. We also have to be serious and understand that some things in academia are going to make people uncomfortable. And we have to be okay with that. Because we're not going to advance if we're not willing to look at the full picture, if we're not willing to challenge ourselves a little bit and, take in what might make us a little bit uncomfortable and challenge our preconceived notions, what has been accepted in the past as a way of moving forward. And so you have to find some balances for that. No freedom is absolute. And I think overall in this country and in the state, we've done a pretty good job of balancing those kinds of priorities. But at the end of the day, we have to tilt towards academic freedom, because once you start restricting it just because maybe this was a little uncomfortable, or, well, this upsets some people, well, that's going to be the reality. And we want the best and most talented minds to be coming to the university and engaging in challenging topics. In order to do that, we have to be willing to allow a little uncomfortableness in our lives a little bit, and allow them the freedom to pursue the avenues they need to come up with the right and the best solutions for people. So a slightly abstract answer to a slightly abstract question, but I appreciate it.
Oh, Steve, next question.
Yes, I just had a follow-up question on your application materials. You talked in there about this, you was talking about your decision-making style in a group. And you spoke about this legislative working group on the pension working group. Was that representing just your unit at St. Cloud State? Was that all the MSQ schools? What was the subject, the scope of that request?
So my role was to represent all of the administrative and service faculty at all Minnesota State institutions. So not just St. Cloud State, but also Moorhead and Bemidji and Winona and Metro and all of them. So.
And you were successful in getting special legislation to supplement their pensions, as I understood it?
Yes, we as a group came up with an administrative process to resolve a ongoing issue related to multiple pension plan choices that exist within the Minnesota state system that impacted my members, but also impacted members of other bargaining units, where people felt like they did not have their proper rights respected and would end up having to come to the legislature for redress. And we've been able to come up with a process that allows that to be handled administratively. Hopefully that means much fewer, if not zero, private bills coming to the legislature, but also with the support of some strong leadership at the legislature, funds were allocated to make some of the people whole who didn't get their proper rights through no fault of their own. And that's really important, because there were people that were negatively impacted just because they didn't get the opportunity to make the choice for their own retirement. And those people shouldn't bear the sole blame for not being treated fairly. And unfortunately, that was the way things had been kind of treated, was like, well, we're not gonna fix anything for you. Well, the legislature came up with a fix that's gonna help a lot of people, and it's gonna help them get some security in their retirement. But it's also gonna get certainty for a lot of people who have been wondering for years whether or not they could have made the change or not. And we got to a really good result. We had a lot of interested parties working together on this. We had great support from the staff at the legislature, and I really think it's a good solution.
I have what I think might be our last question before we turn it back to you for your final comments. My question is about time management. The Board of Regents is a 6-year volunteer responsibility that expects a fairly large time commitment. And the time commitment is not entirely predictable. I give the example of our president leaving and the Board of Regents having to search for an interim president and find a long-term president in addition to the other responsibilities. And I think St. Cloud State appreciates having you and having you full-time and giving you your full attention to them. have you thought about that and how this might work for you at this point in your career?
I have thought about it. I'm not afraid of long hours. I used to work political campaigns, so, you know, that's okay. The hours were terrible, but that's okay because the pay was worse. But this would be a priority for me. I'd be comfortable using my vacation time and my personal days to be able to serve in this kind of role because it's that important. It's the kind of thing that's worth carving out a lot of time in your life to make sure that you do it and that you do it well. I have that time, I have that opportunity now, whereas I might not have 5 years ago, 10 years ago, or 10 years from now. And right now I do have the ability to make those kinds of adjustments within my schedule, within my life, to make this a priority and really make sure that I am serving the Regents and serving the University of Minnesota and that I am present and active and engaged at all times. Because you're right, you don't want somebody that can't find the time within their extremely busy schedule to fill in for this kind of role. And right now I'm in a place in my life where I can do this.
Thank you. And now, once again, the floor is yours for your final comments for our group. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to come and talk to you and interview about this position. It's exciting and it's something that applying for would, is my father's no longer with us, but this is something that would have made him proud. And that's a source of great feeling for me. That the opportunity to serve the institution that he gave so much of himself to in this kind of way is something that I'm really excited about. I'm a little emotional about as well, but it's just, it's an amazing opportunity and I'm really excited about the chance to do it. I feel like I am in a good place to be able to serve the Regents well. And through some of the recent work that I've done, reaching out with the legislature, fundraising that I've done for the Min-State system to bring a little bit different perspective to the Regents. I know really well at this point in my life how a university works and sometimes how it doesn't work. And I think that's a useful perspective to bring. I believe that I have skills that could be of use to the Regents, and I have perspective that is strong and appropriate for the success of the University of Minnesota going forward. Thank you very much.
Turn my mic on, we're reconvened. Our applicant was rushing in from the cold and we're giving him just a minute to have his papers organized and feel ready for us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Barb Farrell. I am one of the co-chairs of the committee or vice chairs of the committee. Our chairman is out with COVID. So we wish him a very speedy recovery. He's a terrific guy and we miss him. The next 45 minutes or so, we will give you the first 5 minutes to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about, we've already have your application, we have your references, and now we have the one-page information, but this is your chance to tell us in your own words a little bit more about you and your interest in the University of Minnesota and the Board of Regents. Then for about the next 40 minutes or so, we will all get the chance to ask you questions. And then the last couple of minutes will be used, the floor will be given back to you for your summary and anything else that you want to conclude with saying. So with that, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Honorable members of the Regent Candidate Advisory Council, I appreciate the privilege of presenting my candidacy for the University of Minnesota Board of Regents. My name is Dr. Jamal Adam. I bring a wealth of experience in educational leadership and experience that spans from early childhood education to higher education. As an immigrant and first-generation college student, my unique journey has profoundly informed my approach to educational policy, advocacy, and leadership, fueling my dedication and enhancing accessibility and equity within our education system. As the executive director of 826 MSP, an educational nonprofit organization that supports K-12 students in Minneapolis and St. Paul, I've led initiatives that empower underserved K-12 students by providing them with artistic and academic opportunities. This has honed my skills in managing complex budgets and forging effective partnerships with diverse stakeholders, essential skills for the fiscal responsibilities of Regent. In higher education, I've been privileged to teach at both the University of Minnesota Twin Cities and Duluth campuses. I served as an academic dean at community colleges in both metropolitan area and greater Minnesota areas. In these roles, I created opportunities that help first-generation students like me start their education from a community college and then seamlessly transition and complete their degrees at the University of Minnesota. These roles underscore my experience with the needs of diverse students and capability to manage large-scale educational programs that enhance institutional outcomes that align with the expectations of a Regent. My tenure as a college counselor and instructor has provided me with an invaluable insights into the diverse needs and challenges of our students. This ground-level understanding of the challenges faced by today's higher education students is crucial for making informed and impactful decisions at the board level. As a peer reviewer with the Higher Learning Commission, an independent organization that reviews the quality of higher education institutions like University of Minnesota, I have gained a deep understanding of the accreditation processes and standards that are crucial for maintaining and enhancing the academic excellence and reputation of our institutions. A cornerstone of my career in higher education has been my proactive approach to addressing systemic barriers. And to that end, I founded a mentorship network that connects first-generation college students with professionals in their chosen fields. This initiative improved these students' sense of belonging to the university and empowered them to make informed decisions about their career choices. Additionally, my role is in mentoring graduate students at the University of Minnesota and judging academic competitions like the University of Minnesota's 3-minute thesis competition. These efforts underline my commitments to fostering student development through innovative and innovative educational practices. My governance experience includes roles on several bodies, such as Edina Rotary Club and Touchstone Mental Health, where I have tackled financial oversight and led diversity and inclusion initiatives. These experiences have sharpened my fiduciary skills, crucial for managing the complex financial landscape of a large institution like the University of Minnesota. If elected as a regent, I aim to leverage my diverse experiences to address the pressing issues that the university faces, such as student finances, campus safety, and mental health. I envision a University of Minnesota that not only leads in education nationally, but also upholds a global standards for innovation and inclusivity. I am excited about the potential to contribute to the Board of Regents, and I am committed to ensuring that our institution remains a beacon of opportunity and excellence. Thank you for considering my application.
Thank you. The privilege of the first question is mine. I will ask you to expound on your application response regarding the most significant challenges, opportunities, and threats to the University of Minnesota, a land-grant institution, over the next 5 to 10 years. And your knowledge and experience, how would your knowledge and experience help to address these concerns?
I think there are a number of challenges that the university faces. First among them is rising tuition and the cost of attending four-year college. As a college counselor, I worked with a lot of students who, in order to stay in college and meet the cost of tuition and living expenses, have to take a lot of student loans. And I worked with those students one-on-one, and I have seen how that impacts the opportunities that are available after they graduate from college. If you graduate with a four-year degree, with the amount of loans that a lot of students graduate today, it delays their opportunity, their ability to become a self-sufficient adults who can, buy a home, pursue the kind of a career they wanted, because immediately after they graduate, they'll have to worry about paying their student loan. So I think we have to think about being more innovative and creative in lowering the cost for all students, so they don't have to graduate from with their bachelor's degree with an incredible amount of student loan. I used to be, for many years, over a decade, worked with young people as a mental health counselor. And I've seen mental health is a challenge for students. I think I've seen some studies that show at least 1 in 2 students today at some point will face a mental health crisis. And that's such a large number. And we have to think about what are the proactive measures we can take to help those students think about their wellness and seek help before they reach a crisis point. So mental health is a big issue. And I think another challenge that the university faces is higher education in general is facing a crisis of credibility. And when large members of the public question the investments we make to ensure the university remains viable, I think that will poses a danger to the sustainability of the university. And so we have to take a step back and think about what a better ways to engage the public and inform them about the role of the university in improving a state's economy, in promoting innovation and research, and how that contributes to the well-being of all of us. I don't think that story is being told effectively. And I'll give you an example. A while ago, a couple of weeks ago, I was serving a judge on a student academic competition, and it was one of the most inspiring experiences that I have attended in a long time. But I was sitting like this, along with four judges on a day, days like this, and I looked back at the auditorium, and I think most of the attendees were students who were participating the competition. And I was wondering, you know, this is something that everybody in Minnesota should know, that these students are doing an incredible work that will benefit all of us in the state and probably a lot of other communities around the world. And why such a story, why we're not engaging the media, especially the new media, and that story should I think it would have inspired every member of the citizens in the state, and it would have made them take a pride in how they see the university and the work that goes on. But I think there's that disconnect between the actual work, the amazing work that students and academics are doing, and what the public sees. So how do we engage the public? That's another area that we think about. And so these are campus safety is another important. I think students and families and parents have to feel that when they send their students to the University of Minnesota, that it's a safe, thriving place that all students can come to. So sometimes I think particular stories about crime can, unfortunately, I think distort the reality on the ground. So at the university, so I think all of these areas that are challenges that are facing the university, but I believe we can address them.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Mark, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks, Jamal, for being with us today. Along the same lines of mental health, as a regent, how do you think you envision yourself assisting the Board of Regents in supporting the university's medical and healthcare programs, in providing doctors and healthcare workers for our underserved communities and at-risk communities, as well as an underserved outstate Minnesota?
I think as a regent, our role is not to manage the day-to-day operations of the university, because it's not our role. But I think we have to ensure that the mission of the university is being advanced. I think our role is to provide that oversight and accountability, and also at the same time engage the public and make sure we are sharing the concerns that we hear from our constituencies with the university leadership. And in the areas of healthcare and the university healthcare system, this is a time when we are facing a lot of challenges in healthcare. And I think the pandemic was that we have all experienced a couple of years ago is an example of them. And the university should play a leading role in addressing these, chronic and public health challenges that the communities we serve faces. Thank you.
Steve, next question.
Sure. Yes, thank you, Jamal, very much for your application. Once elected, Regent's duty rather is to focus on the university and the state of Minnesota and set aside your personal and political interests. Could you discuss how you have applied that and set aside your personal and political interests to further an organization's interests?
I think I've done that throughout my career, both as an instructor at different institutions with students from a different backgrounds. I have never had a problem, and I'm doing that right now as I'm leading an educational organization. My personal views and beliefs and advancing the mission. I think the mission of the university and its values are something that we can all agree on advancing is. And our individual views, they're part of us. Each one of us came from a particular experience and background, and that I think impacts in the issues we see and address and our priorities. But that does not mean we unnecessarily bring our own individual views at the expense of advancing the mission of the university.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, really keeping in the habit of relatively big sort of conceptual things. I'm curious to know kind of your general thoughts on academic freedom, the way you've kind of interacted with it in the past, your thoughts, your views, the philosophy that you'd bring to the board, and how the concept should be implemented within the university.
I think that is academic freedom and inquiry are critical to the functioning of any university. I think the reason that, if you think about globally, in the areas in countries where that academic freedom does not exist or is not enshrined in the practices of how educators go about their day-to-day work, it could limit the innovation and research that researchers and academics engage. If the academic agenda of the university is interfered by, what is going on outside campus, it could have a negative impact. Sometimes, there have been cases where a lack of academic freedom had a chilling effect on professors and educators on how they do their work. And I'm a strong believer in creating an environment that is respectful and does not necessarily inhibit academic freedom and inquiry.
Thank you. Senator Berg, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. One of the things I like to stress and talk about is the willingness to ask challenging questions or challenge proposals that are coming forward to make sure that they're valid and the right thing to do. And I see in your application, you talked about a story on a board where another member did just that, and then you helped facilitate coming to a compromise or working through that. But I'm wondering, do you see yourself as someone who is willing to be that person who asks that challenging question or challenges a proposal, even if you're the only one who seems to share that differing opinion?
I have done that, and I think it is, my style of leadership and working in a team. I would describe it collaborative, but that does not mean I would compromise, my value and integrity just to get along. I think those are not mutually exclusive. And I've done that. I was, I think it was over 15 years ago, I was serving on a small nonprofit organization. And that was my first board I ever served in. And I had no experience. And I think in my second year, I attended a training of how to be an effective board member, and I realized that, the way we were doing our practices, there was a lot of room for improvement. And one of them was I think with that organization, the executive leadership was driving the agenda and the board was getting along. And I said, right, I realized we needed to ask harder questions. I asked those questions. They were not easiest, but I'm glad it's been 15 years ago, and I'm glad I did, because it made me realize my role as a board member. I was a representative of taxpayers, and it was my responsibility to ask those hard questions. There were other times when another board member raised a difficult question, and even though most the consensus within the board was that we should approve what we had, I often found out the person who asks that inconvenient question, often they have a good point. And it's worthy to sometimes slow down the process without getting into a paralysis situation, and make sure that person is being heard. And in my experience, I found out those individuals have a perspective that in the long run proves helpful in the functioning of the board and the organization, and helps the organization further its mission. And in one of those scenarios I talked about in my application, we were making the biggest purchase that the organization has ever made. It was, I think, close to $2 million. And one board member, when we thought we would be making the decision, say, there could be negative financial implication in the long run for the organization, and we need to think through this. And I realized that, that we have to hear that board member. And it was true. We found out that there were areas that we overlooked that could have a negative impact on the organization. And so I tried to pay attention what somebody is saying between the lines. And those people are not the most loud or assertive, but sometimes they tend to have the most valid points. And I don't know, I attribute to I've been a counselor and a psychotherapist for close to 15 years. And I think I attribute to that experience with having a good listening skills, not just listening what the people say, but also how they say, and discerning that there may be an issue. We need to look into those situations.
Thank you. Next question, Ed, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jamal, thank you for taking the time to apply, and thank you for being here today. I have a question. There are over 28,000 employees at the University of Minnesota. Faculty, maintenance, food service, and many other workers play a significant role in the success of students they serve. What role do you believe workers at the U of M contributed to your success? And is there one that stuck out for you personally? And if they were here, what would you say to them? They were standing right in front of us right now.
Well, I think the university is made of its human resources, and it is good as its human resources people who work the university. And so I'm sorry, Edward, could you repeat the last part of the question?
Is there one worker that stuck out to you and you feel played a significant role in your success? And if they were here right now, what would you say to them?
I would I would think about one of my professors who when I applied to a PhD program at the University of Minnesota, I called him and I talked to him, and he's retired now. And if that professor was here today, I would have said what I have said to him about 3 weeks ago when I met him. He's been retired for a while, but occasionally I visit him, and him and I have, I usually visit him on Mondays. That works for him, works for my schedule. And so we joke about Mondays with Darwin, that's his name, in reference to the book, Tuesdays with Maury. And I would have said, that phone call, and I don't know what was about it and how he talked to me, helped me, made me feel that, there is somebody who I can rely on, who would support me. And I worked with him from that day on until I graduated. And at every point when I faced challenges and crises, and I was feeling things were getting out of my control and beyond my capacity, I turned to him. So if that professor was here today, I would have said what I've told him many times. I said, thank you for all the, going above and beyond your call of duty and reaching out to me and helping me and getting me through the finish line.
Thank you. Next question, Rama, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Assalamu alaikum, Jamal. You
Walaikum
mentioned that you are an executive director, and with roles as such come lots of planning for now as well as the future. Can you describe for us how you develop like goal setting for whether that's like long-term goals, goals for now, and just in general, how you plan for the future?
So in this role, it's a relatively small organization, and I do a lot of things. And so I lead the organization, but I also do the HR, I do the fundraising, sometimes help with programs. And the only way I could manage these multiple tasks is planning and thinking about what do I need to do in the next 6 months, next month, weekly, and then daily tasks. And that helps me prioritize things and think about what do I need to attend immediately. And this is how I translate the organization's mission and values into actionable items. And so I try to think about what are my long-term goals and objectives and things I need to accomplish. And then I start working backwards. And the first thing I do every day when I wake up is looking at my weekly calendar and a monthly calendar and seeing what can I plan for. And I do that because before I come to this role, my previous role, I was an academic dean at Lake Superior College in Duluth. And I had 2 assistants. And now I'm realizing they were doing all the work. But with this organization, I'm just me at the top, and I have to do a lot of things. So I quickly learned that I need to plan things. I need to work with my board of directors and see how they can help me, and how I can prioritize my objectives in such a way I'm able to accomplish most of the things we set out to do in our strategic plan.
Thank you. Quentin, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Adams, for being here today. and your interest in becoming a regent. Obviously, we've talked about some of the challenges and headwinds that the university is facing. And I hope my question is a little more optimistic, but what excites you about the University of Minnesota and how it is slated for growth? So that's part of the question. And then specifically on the Board of Regents, what is the work that excites you most as you think about being a regent and serving in this capacity?
So I will start with the second question. I think what inspires me about the work of the regents is the opportunity to serve. I have had a lot of people in my life who have been there when I needed, and and they were serving. And I believe I'm in a place right now with all of my experiences that I could serve and I could bring a perspective that may not be there right now, and a point of view and particular experiences that I will advance the university's mission. You know, I came to America as a teenager. I was 19 years old, so I was too old for school, and I came as a refugee. And at that point, I haven't been in school for 9 years. And so when I came to, the high-rise buildings in Sierra Riverside, where a lot of my fellow refugees, that was where we first came to, I went to an adult school and got a GED. And I went from getting a GED to PhD. And I wanted that opportunity to be available to other students who may be non-traditional, who did not have everything ready for them to go to a college and a university. So that's what inspires me. I love the university. It's where I graduated. My wife graduated from the School of Dentistry. So as a family, we believe we owe a lot of where we are and the life we have to the university. And I believe it is it's my responsibility to serve at the university. I'm sorry. What was the first part of the question?
The first part of the question was, where do you see growth opportunities for the University of Minnesota?
I think there is the growth opportunities are also found within the challenge that the university faces. There is a lot of technological disruptions that are coming along, artificial intelligence. These are the kind of opportunities I think that the university could have a negative impact, but they could also be an opportunity. I think the question of the cost has been increasingly. We can think about how do we manage that so more and more, so the education becomes more affordable for lower middle class and students who are on the lower sections of the socioeconomic status. And I think another area of opportunity for the university is the university has a lot of to offer in terms of research and innovation and serving the state's economic engine, and that is a big opportunity. And I think these are I think maybe how do you engage the public and how more and more of the public realize that the investment that they make in the University of Minnesota is improving their the quality of their lives. And I think that is happening, but I don't know if that story being told as effectively as it could be. And I think that's another challenge that the university. I think we all should also look into what the other states are doing in their university systems and how they serve and their communities and how they engage in the public. And for me, I think an area that's important to me is the pathway to coming to the University of Minnesota, available to all students in the state. And I'm worried increasingly more and more students feel that path is not available to them. And I think we need to think about how the excellent education that the university offers, how that could be made available to more and more, and we can, I believe we can look into their state research universities that are doing a very innovative work. University of California, Los Angeles, for example, has just started, I think, a program for students who are in the trades that will allow them to earn a degree. And I think that came out of a realization that the university needs to be open to all students.
Thank you. We have two more questions for you. Ryan, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Adam, for joining us. Your last comments actually are exactly what I wanted to ask you a little bit more about. I see from your educational background that you found a pathway in Minnesota higher education, an associate's degree at Hennepin Community Tech, bachelor's at Metro State, a master's at St. Mary's, all of which provide a lot more flexibility for students than the University of Minnesota does. The availability of distance or remote learning opportunities if you maybe have a family or you have other commitments, a career, you can't afford to be a full-time student. They offer a lot of options for people or people who are starting late or didn't get a full high school education to prepare them for university. There was a time when the University of Minnesota was a place that provided flexibility and kind of an open pathway because talent, intelligence, ability is pretty evenly scattered across the population.
True.
But not everybody is ready at the age of 18 specifically to fully realize their potential. So I think if the university is going to be an upward pathway for people from different backgrounds, it has to not just focus on being the most elite undergraduate institution that it can be. So how can the University of Minnesota change in order to meet the needs of higher education students more like you in your experience?
I think part of the answer lies what the university prioritizes. In higher education, I think over the last few decades, there has been too much emphasis on ranking, and each university institution, attempting to go to the next level. Sometimes at the expense of the communities that these universities serve. And the consequence of that has been institutions becoming more and more exclusive. And I think there are a lot of institutions right now that are realizing that's not the mission of the university. And engaging the public and diverse communities, I think that lies the answer. And creating, you're right, I throughout my experience in higher education, I had at least one job or two jobs. And only when I came to the University of Minnesota to do my PhD, did that became a challenge to hold my job. Of all of those institutions, I've been able to get my keep my job and get my degree. But because of the structure and what time the classes are offered and when you can meet with someone, and that's something that's not set in stone. That could be changed, and I think it is I think as a Regent, I think it's our role to think about, to provide that oversight and accountability and say, there are constituencies that are not being served. And what are the structures and mechanisms we need to put in place that, somebody who is a non-traditional, who has a day job and a family, how could they school get a university education? And historically, that's what the university has done that. But this is a new phenomena, but I think it can be reversed.
And our last question from Kenny. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Jamal, thanks for being here. My question is a little imaginative. So if you were elected to be a regent and then you served out your term, looking back on that 6-year term, what do you hope you had accomplished during that time? What would your legacy be as a regent?
I would think about what are some of the tangible deliverables that we say, in those 6 years, we set out to do this, and we may not have accomplished everything we set out to accomplish, but we accomplished most of them. And so, the question that Ryan was asking me right now, have we created a more pathways for more students that are now unable to attend the university and look at the data? And if we can say yes, that would make me feel we accomplished our goal. And I think we could create those benchmarks that I could look back and say, in my firm, we accomplished those benchmarks and like that example. More and more non-traditional students are now able to attend the university because we put programs and structures and mechanisms that would allow them to attend and realize their dream of attending the University of Minnesota. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the floor is again yours for your concluding remarks to us.
Thanks so much. I would like to thank the board for this. I would like to thank the selection committee for this opportunity to present my candidacy. So, and giving me this time. So I thank you so much. I believe I have a personal and a professional experience that I think would be helpful in being a member of a board and would bring perspective that may not be there right now to the board, and a professional experience that I've gained over my last 2 decades in serving a variety of roles in higher education institutions. And I would like to bring those skills to help the University of Minnesota reach its a goal of remaining the premier institution in the state and in the world, while serving diverse communities and students and communities that might have been underserved, being underserved right now. So I want to thank the Regent Advisory Council for their time and consideration for my application. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thanks for throwing your hat in the ring. It's a process.
Yeah, thank you.
I'll just quickly say to everybody, our first interview tomorrow morning is at 9 o'clock. So please be here in a little bit in advance of 9 so that we're in our seats and ready, because I think our candidate expects a 9 o'clock start. So that will be great. Thank you all very much for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Time to do this.